Hi, Carmen. I can't see us. Okay.
We can take off the notice if you'd like. Just
Yeah,
saying
that'd
that
be cool.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. So there's my countdown. Which will hopefully work all right. Backgrounds and filters.
I can keep track on my phone and just record it as well, just in case. So
Yeah, cool. No worries. Yeah, that'll be good. If you could call out time when it's 2 minutes, that'll be great. Sure. Okay, which is the best backdrop to start with? All right. Can you hear me clearly?
yep, sounds good.
Good, 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 good. All right, back in a moment. Well, Carmen, you were going to let me know who was opening for us today?
Yes, I have sent it to you in an email.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
They are both currently in the waiting room, and I will just let them in as soon as we open up the meeting or as soon as we're ready to go.
Yep, cool. Teresa Fernandez and Paul Flanagan from the Catholic community, yeah?
Yes, that's it.
All right. Recording in progress. So I'm a co-host here, is that right?
Yes, you are.
You beauty. So I can mute people.
You can. I would use those powers very sparingly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just nice knowing you've got them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. You do tell you what, you never look at yourself as much as you do on Zoom, do you? In normal life.
Yeah, it is a bit scary. I think someone was saying that the amount of plastic surgeries have gone up since we've gone into lockdown and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So it's
that was
really
me.
interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
I am just going to flag that we are also live on YouTube at the moment. So
Lovely. Morning, YouTube.
Morena, Chair.
Morning, Maxine. Good to see you.
Hello,
No,
everybody.
I haven't had any Botox.
Botox?
No, we're just talking about
Zoom phenomena.
Zoom phenomena, yeah. The industries that have done really well out of this are the plastic surgery and the beauty clinics, because people are looking at their face so much more than they normally do.
It's funny about Botox. I occasionally get spasms as a result of some of my cancer treatment.
Yeah.
And in the neck and the side of the face. And the neurologist is saying, actually, one of the things we can do is inject Botox
Yeah.
into the muscles in the neck.
Hmm.
So I thought to myself, actually, should I or should I not get Botox? But
Yeah.
I haven't. But it made me think. The thought of actually having somebody put a needle deep into my muscles in my neck put me off. So,
Oddly enough, I've got a dear friend who had a stroke when he was 9 and had spasms in his neck as a result. And he goes to Canada to get Botox in the back of his shoulders. And,
right.
yeah, it's quite commonly used, apparently.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times it's used for really quite legitimate reasons as opposed to just cosmetic. But hey.
I got it as a radio stunt once on my forehead.
Did you?
Yeah, it was the craziest thing. He just couldn't raise my eyebrows. It was weeks.
How long did it? A few weeks?
Oh, gee, it would have lasted about 7 or 8 weeks. It was, yeah. That was a long time ago. Can't say it made me look any younger, but.
How were the needles?
Oh, yuck. No. Yeah, not fun. Vaccinations I can handle. Not so keen on.
Yeah.
How many we got here? Morning, Mayor
I
Paula.
nearly found the vaccination. It was easy.
And it was here. Yay. Go to Pora. So I have my countdown here. Ready to go. Right. Right. Looks like we've got a quorum, have we? Carmen?
I am just confirming, one moment. Yes, we do have a quorum.
Great. Brilliant. Ryan, my phone's on silent just before we start. Kia ora all. Good morning. Let's get into it. It's 9:30. Welcome to the Community Committee meeting for October. We've got a pretty chunky agenda today, a really, really big one. So thanks for everybody who's done their pre-reading and got themselves all ready to go. I'll just once again say I'm delighted to be chairing this group of brilliant individuals because I know our community will be super well served by the decisions and the discussions we have today. So thank you. To open the meeting, we've got from the interfaith community, we've got Teresa Fernandez and Paul Flanagan from the Catholic community. Kia ora, good morning and welcome to our meeting.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. So Paul, you're off mute. Teresa, you're still on mute.
Tēnā
Okay.
koutou.
Tēnā koe. The show's yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. E te whānau whānui. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I tēnei wā o tētau.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for your welcome. Our prayer this morning comes from a letter of Pope Francis, who wrote this just over a year ago, Fratelli Tutti. He focuses on the life of St. Francis of Assisi, who modelled two areas in particular. One is his practice of dialogue with those who are different from him and his care for the environment. And so we pray, ki te ingoa o te mātua, o te tamaiti, o te wairua tapu.
Lord, God of our human family, you created all human beings equal in dignity.
Pour forth into our hearts a community spirit and inspire in us a dream of renewed encounter, dialogue, justice, and peace.
Move us to create healthier societies and a more dignified world, a world without hunger, poverty, violence, and war.
May our hearts be open to all the peoples and nations of the earth.
May we recognize the goodness and beauty that you have sown in each of us and thus forge bonds of unity, common projects, and shared dreams. Amen.
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 No
Thank you very
reira.
much. Kia ora.
Tēnā
Ka kite, Tim.
koutou.
Thank you. And thank you for your blessings today. Really appreciate that.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you. We will. All the best. All right. So moving on to the any apologies. I have one from Councillor Naidu Rofe for being on again, off again today. I think child duties here. Amy, you might want to chase up Dave. The link hasn't appeared in his laptop, etc. So if you could chase him up, please.
Depending how long it goes today, just might have to duck out around mid-afternoon briefly.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
I just have to leave about 10 to 1 and I should be away for about 40 minutes, so I will be back.
Okay. Well, we'll do our best to get lunch around that time if we need to. We'll see how we go. And Maunga Tapora.
I'm like Kish, Chair Mark. I'm in out school holidays.
Cool. Next time, can I suggest you work in the same house and just let the kids look after each other? That'll work well. Thanks. Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Yeah, Chair, I've got a 4 o'clock meeting involving staff, but I'm hoping we'll be well done by then. Mid-afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, good stuff. No problem. All righty. No other apologies. Okay. Oh, Councillor Sarah.
Just that I might need to turn my video off for and just go over to daycare and back at around 11 something, but I'll still stay in the meeting. But yeah,
that'll be fantastic. If you just communicate with governance probably on that one, that'll be great. But we're looking pretty sweet for quorum today, so this is really good. So, there we go. All right, so I'll move those apologies be accepted. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Martin, thank you. All those in favour, say aye. Against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, the confirmation of the agenda. Now, there's a couple of shuffles around. I do believe, Carmen, everyone's got the run sheet. Is that right? Yep.
That's correct. It should have been emailed to them.
Great, thank you. So if you haven't got it in front of you, it's pretty much, if you look in diligent, the content is pretty much there. There's a couple of minor tweaks. We're moving item 8, the review of naming of roads and open spaces and council facilities, after item 6, the chair's report for availability of staff and presenters. Item 12, the libraries update, will be taken after item 14 due to accommodate availability. So that'll be at the end of the public meeting. And late item C2 is going to be appearing in the, the public excluded. Thank you. So are there any other changes to that? Carmen, we're all sweet. Okay, without further ado, I'll move the agenda be confirmed at state. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Ewan, thank you. Those in favour, show of hands. Thank you. So against? Carried unanimously. Wonderful, great work. Now I will mention too, if you are going to speak today, it is a Zoom meeting, so I'll do my very best to get the order and everything in order. Please raise your little digital hand, and due to the, thanks Councillor O'Leary for the hot tip, your things should come up in order in the speaking order here, but if they don't, I'll write them down as much as I possibly can anyway. So forgive me if there's any clumsies that go on. I'm going to do my very best. Speaking times, I do have this, again, a fancy dancy background, so this should work. There we go. The countdown is there. But if I do forget to do it, we've got Carmen on timing duty as well, so she will call out time at the end of 3 minutes, just in the interest of time. Okay, so we're underway. Right, do we have any declarations of interest for the meeting? Nope, everyone's interested. This is good. No one in the public forum today, Carmen? Look at us go. Okay, so we need to move now to the confirmation of the committee meeting minutes from the 31st of August. They are on page 6. Are there any questions on those? Okay, well, in that case, I'll move that they be accepted as a true and accurate record. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ewan. And anyone against? Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry. Those in favour? Anyone against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Great stuff. Good stuff. Good. Chair's report. Okay, so the chair's report is on page 13. It's a bit of a Lance love fest, but look, I'll just verbally add to it and say, Lance, thank you very much for your tremendous service to all of us who have been in the chairs and deputy chairs and in committee positions and this or similar iterations of this committee. I believe not just us, but the community has been incredibly well served by your experience, your skills, and your mana. And I'm just enormously grateful to you for being such a bloody great guy to work with, to be honest. If anyone else would like to speak or say anything, please do. Councillor Kish.
Thank you, Chair. I echo what you said, and I just want to quickly thank Lance for his guidance and support, especially coming into this as a brand new councillor. He's been amazing to work with, and Lance, I look forward to your leadership for the council as a whole. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kish. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, just to add to your words, absolutely. When I was chair of the Community Development Committee, took over from Daphne Bell, and also the sort of Operations and Activity Committee, I just found Lance an amazing GM to work with, and his team, and obviously the reflection of Lance within the community team is the incredible unit managers and staff he's got, which I think over the years he has moulded, he has mentored. So really looking forward to obviously working with him in a new capacity, but just certainly want to totally reinforce what you've said, Mark.
Great. Thank you, Martin. That's great words. Mayor Paula, I think you'll find we've trained him nicely for you in his next role. He's good and compliant and does what he's told.
All right, good.
Would you like to say some words?
That's a prerequisite, isn't it? Good morning, everyone. Just want to add those words of congratulations again to Lance, as we wish Richard all the best with his new endeavours, and we now embrace Lance as from Friday this week as our new chief executive. Having worked with you, and I was in your position, Chair Bunting, I know that will be in good hands, and look forward to all the discussions that we've had bearing fruit. So thanks, Lance. I hope you enjoyed the position of Chief Executive, and that we as a team deliver really good things despite the challenges that we're all facing at the moment with COVID and other things. So welcome again.
Great. Anyone else wish to speak?
Chair Mark, can I just...
Certainly.
Oh, sorry.
That's all yours. Yep.
I just want to say thank you very much for those kind words, and I think it's a team effort. And you've probably seen in my GM's report some of the highlights and things that have been achieved working with elected members over the last decade. And I just want to thank elected members, Mangai staff, and also our mana whenua and stakeholders. I think, it's not about one person or anything like that. I think it's a whole team effort, and I just look at where the city's moved to in the last decade and around community facilities and services. I think, we've made some outstanding decisions and some outstanding investments. And I think, that has been a team effort, and I've been lucky enough to lead that team. So thanks very much.
All the best, Lance. And just don't forget us little guys when you go to that 9th floor, beavering away down there. Okay, that's great. Thanks, Lance. All the very best, mate. And, if I was as good a chair as Angela, I would have bought you a present, but, nowhere near it. So, yeah, hope the words will do. A lot cheaper. Brilliant. Great. And, level 3 and all that. Great. Okay. So, well, look, I'll move that the chair's report be received. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kish will second that one. Thank you. All those in favour, say aye. Again.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Right, we move on now to item number 8 on page 57 of Diligent. The review of naming of roads, open spaces and council facilities policy. I had a motion ready to go, and I see you and you've got a motion which I wonder if you'd be interested in joining together and putting a combined one. I'll get Narelle, could you please, or Carmen, could you please send the words to Councillor Ewan? Otherwise, I'll accept his as the motion in this case. But
sounds good, Mark. I'll wait for that. Cool.
Yep, sweet as a nut. Okay. So this is the tail end of quite a few discussions. And what we are looking to do with this report is to agree on what we're going to send out to public for consultation. Am I right there? Yes. Okay, so we're not making the big decisions yet on the naming of roads, open spaces and council facilities policies, but there's quite a bit of nuance, quite a bit of detail in this one, quite a few options and quite a few different opinions as well. So let's get some questions out on the table, but I'll leave this over to staff to present. Who's going to be doing this? Is this Sandra, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm well. Hopefully still be well at the end of this item. So,
yes, so this item has come to you after a number of briefings and other meetings. There are quite a few options on the table in recognition of the elected members' views at the councillor briefing that we had earlier. The draft policy that has been proposed to you along with the report is the staff recommendations, but obviously they can change depending on the decisions that are made today. So the options, 2 options are provided for each issue, but elected members are of course welcome to put up other options if they wish to change anything in it. I'll just take it that the report has been read and answer any questions.
I wonder if you might just speak to the options. There's only a couple of sets of options, so I wonder if you might be able to speak to those anyway.
Sure. Just let me get the report there. So option 2 is the option 1 and 2 are about policy principles. So the options are the status quo to remain with the existing policy principles. And option 2 is to slightly amend the principles to include that the policy should contribute to the outcomes of Hapau Manawa Ora. So that's sort of quite a minor change, but that's the first option. Options 3 and 4, again, are about the developer consulting with mana whenua when that should occur. So option 3 is the status quo that is in the current policy. And option 4 is where the consultation occurs earlier in the process before a developer has placed an application for resource consent, and for that consultation to go for a longer period of time, changing from 10 days to 12 calendar weeks. Also for mana whenua to provide a pool or a register of names that could be used within the development rather than specifically naming roads that have already been agreed are going to exist through the resource consent process. So the purpose of this option is to move that consultation to a time when there is less stress, less pressure on the developer, and therefore be able to give mana whenua a longer period of time to consult among their people as to what an appropriate set of names would be for that geographical area.
Okay, I'm picking there'll be some questions around that point. So Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Actually, if just from a procedural point, I've received your motion.
Yep.
Am I correct in reading it that, in fact, all the options that the staff report remains? The only addition in your motion is G.
Yeah, but I was looking at incorporating yours as well. So I'm more than happy to support yours. So if you'd like to be the mover.
Just as a point of process, can we get...
Yeah, absolutely.
The composite is going to be up ASAP, because that may or may not have...
Seems like a bit of a private conversation otherwise, doesn't it? You're absolutely right. So if you can't read that, look, the essential guts of what we're saying is there's two adjustments. One of them, the one I was going to bring in, was around the idea, your idea, Martin, actually, of an overlay that was useful for people to come up with their own way of acknowledging the tikanga Māori of the area. And I was delighted when I was doing some research into this to find that the District Plan Review Committee is already doing this work, and it's already budgeted for and it's getting done. So my idea was to incorporate this and make it useful to this process. So hopefully that answers that brilliant idea that you had of an overlay rather than doing a separate one. It's already being done. And Councillor Wilson is querying the 90-day period, I believe. Do you want to speak to that one?
Yes, thanks, Chair Mark. So, yes, I'm saying that the status quo was 10 days. We've now, the staff's recommendation is to move to basically 90 days. I think that's too long. So I would want to change to keep option 3, but change the 10 days to 21 working days. And the only other addition that I would like to incorporate is under 1 is to retain the status quo. But then I no other changes.
Okay. So there's the motion. So hang on. So you're saying in principles, option 1 is status quo.
Correct. And I'm happy to explain the difference. It all has to do with the word council ensures versus the more passive current status.
Oh, I see. So you're saying it ensures rather than has a role in ensuring.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So look, let's open up to questions of staff and of the mover of the motion as well, if you like. Ewan, did you have some questions before you want to?
No.
Okay, thanks. I've got Councillor Rob next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm just a couple of questions here. I just wonder why Part F, and I think I've got that in both the proposed motions, why Part F does not refer to the renaming of roads. It just talks about open spaces and facilities, whereas the earlier motion talks about roads, proposed naming of roads, open spaces. Is there a reason why F doesn't include the renaming of roads?
Yes, roads have limits on how long they can be because they have to fit on a sign. And so therefore bilingual naming of roads becomes quite difficult. You would end up with sort of signs that could actually become a safety hazard. So while open spaces and facilities can readily be named with the bilingual name, a road, it's much more difficult for a road.
Okay, so bilingual naming and renaming is really all about, is limited to signs only and not the process for how we go through the renaming of roads.
Yes, there's a different process for the renaming of roads, the renaming of a facility and the renaming of a park. They all have different processes towards them. And the F is related to just open spaces and facilities, where A through to, so B through to E is relating to the naming and renaming of roads.
So should the word sign or something be in there? Notes to the process guidance relating to the signage?
No, because it's F is related to the name given to an open space or a council facility.
Yeah.
But the reason that a bilingual name would not be given to a road is because of limitations in the sign of a road sign.
Okay, I think I understand that. Paragraphs 31 to 33 talk about the work that was done by Vincent O'Malley, and talks about, name changes to streets on the basis that they're offensive. The word offensive is not defined anywhere in the policy. Is there a reason for that?
The criteria for what names that are chosen is not specifically about avoiding offence. It's about supporting communities to feel a sense of place, and as well as sort of particular limitations related to roads, for example, for meet standards. So the policy does not talk about offence at all.
Okay, but the reason why we've been asked to consider the likes of Von Tempsky Street, Bryce Street and Grey Street is that they are offensive names to certain groups within our community.
Any proposal to rename any road in Hamilton is not included as part of this policy review. We've included the section on the historical report simply because it was of interest and related to the topic. but there is nothing in this policy that is actually, progressing any renaming of any road. So the discussion of whether any particular road is offensive to certain people will come up during discussions related to any application for a renaming of a road. But there is nothing about this particular policy that is related to offence that any particular group have.
So when we go then to page 74 in paragraph 21, where you talk about the rationale that would be used to consider the renaming of a road, how do those four, the listed items, there are four of them, isn't that creating the rationale that you've just said isn't part of the policy?
Sorry, Rob, I'm trying to find the page you're talking about.
Yeah, it's page 74.
74,
it's
thank you.
paragraph 21, and it's called renaming. It's headed renaming a public or private road.
Got it.
It's paragraph 21, and it's got the process there.
Yep.
And it's got four items in the left-hand column, which I read, and I may have misread, but I read those four items would be the trigger points that council would need to consider in terms of a resolution for reasons why a road would be renamed.
Yes, that's correct. So paragraph 21 in the policy, in the draft policy, is the same as in the current policy. So the section has not been substantially changed from the current policy. And there is some renaming of roads are approved by council resolution, and some are approved by the planning guidance manager. The 4A to D that are listed there are the reasons why an application would come to council for a resolution to rename that road, and as if one of those four things occurred.
Okay, it is only one of those four, and that's my next question: is should we have "and" after each of those, or if
that's a good question.
That is the criteria? I'm thinking that might come back from the consultation, but I wonder whether we try to make that clear in the policy today, whether it should be A plus B plus C plus D, or whether, as you've suggested, Sandra, it could be only one of those that might be the criteria for, or the rationale that council might use to support the renaming of a road.
Yes, it is supposed to be "or," and it would be quite simple to put "or" in after each of those.
Okay, all right. And my last question is, and this is sadly is a perennial for me, and I raise it almost every time, and that's under paragraph 79, when we talk about cost, and it's a standard regular operating activity funded through the long-term plan. While it probably is, I strongly believe, and this is a message to our new CEO, that we have some sort of costing in that paragraph, which gives ratepayers an idea of what this process is likely to cost. And the reason I'm asking it in this instance is I suspect it will be higher, the cost will be higher than what we might have previously thought would have been the cost for redoing an existing policy, given the many sensitivities around aspects of this. So I'm not looking for an answer, Sandra, but I'm looking for a long-term answer. And there's another report today which I'll raise exactly the same question to. I don't think we're getting enough accountability in terms of our staff reports indicating what these costs actually are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rob. Some good questions. In fact, you've asked both of mine, so that's grouse. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Sorry, just having trouble unmuting for some reason. Thank you, Chair. Could I ask a question of the potential mover, Councillor Wilson, and then I've got a couple of quick questions for staff. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm just asking Councillor Wilson whether or not he would be prepared to entertain option 5, sticking with the status quo on option 5, which is up to 2 names be put forward with no obligation to include a name suggested by Manua Whenua, whether he'd be prepared to entertain that as being a separate part of his motion, voted on separately if he doesn't support it, if I can get a seconder for it. If I can't, well, that's fine.
Look, I'd be very happy for it to be put separately. That gives me a little bit more time to think about it as well. I looked at it very closely, and I guess I'm trying to avoid asking a question on that. So happy to keep it separate and vote it separately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Chair. Just a question for Sandra.
Sorry, my
about
internet seems to have frozen.
Have I frozen? Sorry?
No, I think Mark has.
Oh, okay. You guys can hear me?
Yep.
Sandra, my understanding is the planning and guidance manager has quite a bit of discretion in what they eventually choose as a name. Whatever the recommendations are, there's a bit of discretion there?
Yes.
So they take into account local identities, the identity of the area, and history and cultural awareness in the name they choose?
They consider the information presented to them in the report, which is designed to include information to make sure that the proposed names are meeting the criteria set out in the policy. So they are looking for evidence that the proposed names are meeting that criteria.
Okay, I see. Thank you. And am I right in thinking that part of the intent of these changes is to try and strengthen the relationship between Manua Whenua and the developers, such as allowing longer time to liaise over names, and Manua Whenua providing a pool of names for the developer to consider rather than just one name?
Yes, that is part of the intent of the changes.
Right, okay, to improve the relationship. So my question would be, how does in option 5 forcing the developer to then put forward one name from Manua Whenua as part of the 3 names, how is that consistent with improving that relationship?
In the discussions I had with Waikato Tainui and Thorpe, they mentioned that it was difficult for them when they went through the process of providing names for developers, and then they felt a low level of uptake of those names getting placed on the application form. And so they sort of, to them, they indicated it felt that they were not being really included, that it was a lip service in some occasions. By placing one of the names that they have suggested on the form, it sort of, the intent is to, have their input recognised more readily, so that at least their options are put forward as well, because they feel that at the moment that's not happening. They're providing names and then nothing happens after that.
Okay. Do you think that particular aspect necessarily is going to help with what you're trying to achieve and improving the relationship between Manua Whenua and developer in terms of trust?
Well, I think that the current situation is not generating trust. And so the proposed amendment is designed to give greater voice to Manua Whenua in the process, where at the moment they feel they do not have a great deal of power or control over the process. So that is the intent of the changes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I think we've lost our chair. There he is.
Cash, would you mind? Oh, there we go. We've got Mark back. Councillor Bunting back.
But it seems, there we go, it seems to be better. So Kesh, if I drop out, you're it, okay? All right, so sorry about that, team. Where are we up to? Who's speaking?
Deputy Mayor Jeff has.
All right, I'm not going to ask you to start again, Jeff. It might be just too painful, but can you pick up where you left off, Jeff?
Finished.
He's finished.
I've finished, Chair. No one has to
cool.
listen anymore, thankfully.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, next up in my list of questions, the order goes Maxine, Tapora, and then Martin. So Maxine, Councillor.
Oh, thank you. I do think you got your list out of order, but that's just fine. I just wanted, Sandra, some clarification around 47, where you talk about under the current rate of te reo road naming, that we wouldn't reach parity until year 2130. Can you just talk us through that a little bit and identify what the parity might be? Is it 50-50 English and te reo?
Correct.
Okay, and then that would be that all new street naming would be a majority, because if we take the current number of street names in English to Māori, would that be just new street names, or would it be the total across the whole of the city in their entirety?
That particular paragraph was put in there just to give people an idea of how long it would take at the current rate before we got to having roughly the same number of roads in Hamilton that were in te reo and in English. And so it was just sort of as a measure for people to use as a comparator.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And I guess if we, with that in mind, if we have a no kind of a target in mind, and rely on the market delivering, is it useful, or do you have any knowledge in your evidence that would result in that happening organically?
So when I, at the request of elected members, I went and looked at which developments were including te reo names. So you may recall at the last elected member briefing, we talked about a 37% increase in the number of roads which were named in te reo, and that was a good progression. So that was using data from 2016, when the last policy amendment occurred, through to the end of 2019 using that data. However, when I added in the data for 2020 and 2021, that percentage decreased because basically, what we had in that period between 2016 and 2019 was a single development which had a large number of names in te reo. And then developments since then have had much lower level of names in te reo, and so that percentage has come down. What that indicates to me is that the current rate of adoptance of names in te reo is largely dependent on a small number of developers choosing those names, whereas it's not indicative of a broad trend in that direction.
And I just on that same theme, then our chair has proposed under G that there is a consideration for the history, the Māori history of the area to be considered, and through the district plan, I believe that it's being developed. But do you believe that that may impact on the ability to get to that parity any earlier?
The current policy process is that it is the developer that puts forward the name. And so what you're effectively doing is relying on the developer to have desires in that direction as well to meet that. So if there isn't anything that is actually placing a requirement, then basically you're putting it down to individuals to make those choices. And
have we had strong feedback from the
sorry, Sandra, I'm just
community?
going to, sorry, Maxine, to butt in there. I'm just going to pick you up on a point of correction on that one. This is an addition to the policy. It's not instead of it. So, Sandra, I think you might be casting the opinion that I'm sort of trying to make it this instead of any requirements. So I just need to make that quite clear.
Sure, I can't actually see the screen with the amendment on it, so I'm sort of going a bit blind on what's in there.
No, fair.
Yeah,
Sorry, Maxine.
and look, so am I, but I believe the intention of it was to give a history and tell the story of an area so that developers had a better understanding of what its past was and could give reference to that in the naming of a suburb and thereby the streets that sit within that new suburban development. And just relating to that, have we, Sandra, had any strong feedback from the development community one way or the other with regard to that naming policy change that you're proposing?
So when I contacted the property council and I made contact with 5 individual property developers who operate in the Hamilton area, and there was no strong views at all, to be honest. Most of them were not particularly concerned by the proposed changes. Some of the feedback I got was in support of moving the consultation with Mana Whenua earlier in the process, which was less time pressure for them. And they were, but otherwise not overly concerned. The concerns were more around whether they should put those Te Reo names on the application. There was a small number of the developers were not supportive of that, whereas other developers were just ambivalent about it. They had no view on the matter.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Maxine. Now, look, I apologise if the orders got jumbled up, but these are just questions at this point. So the order I have at present, until I cut out again, I've got Maxine, Martin, Sarah and Dave in that order. So if there's no objection to that, we'll just carry on in that order.
I have my hand up for a bit, Chair Mark.
Yeah, I've got you next to Pora. Right now, in fact.
Okay, me now. Thank you. Sandra, just in terms of the days, and you've touched on it a wee bit during Councillor Maxine's questions. So page 58 talks about the Mana Whenua and the developers both being dissatisfied with the timing. And it sounds like what you were just saying is only a small amount. More of the developers talked about the Te Reo Māori names and having time to allow for a relationship process. Is that how I'm receiving that back?
Yes, correct. Yeah, by moving the consultation process earlier and allowing more time, there was more time for those relationships to develop, for conversations to occur, for there to be an understanding of where those names, those proposed names, were coming from.
And so with the extension of 90 days, because that will happen much earlier, are we indeed actually losing any time? Because we're starting this much earlier.
The developers that I spoke to were pleased with the moving to an earlier time because there was less pressure on them, and it was at a time where, in most cases, they had the time at that stage. So there was support for that move.
Yeah, and most are open to forming that relationship and understanding the wee bit of history of where they're developing.
Interestingly, most of the developers I spoke to said that they felt they already had a good relationship with Mana Whenua and that they wanted to continue that.
Excellent, thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair Mark. Thanks.
Thank you, Tapora. Appreciate that. Thanks for your patience. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, I've got some 2 or 3 just higher level questions just to clarify my mind. In terms of the street naming, I'll give you an example, and correct me if I'm wrong, council has got resolved to change the name of part of Ward Street to Hilda Ross. To the best of my knowledge, that has not happened. So to our staff or Lance, what is the time span? You know, like obviously if you resolve a name, what's the process that goes from there? Now, I might be wrong. There may be a resolution which I've missed, which has delayed that. But can you clarify that for me, please? So all I'm saying is I'm just using that as an example where we might change a name or name a name, but there's a sort of a timeline that surely would follow to enact it.
Through the chair, this is normally Eva Lisa's team that sort of do this as an operational matter, Councillor Gallagher. It's normally a couple of months. I think there's a specific example you talk about had a whole bunch of particular nuances and circumstances to it around the location of a statue and the potential naming of an associated plaza. So that was put on hold because of the extenuating circumstances there. So I'd probably have to do a little bit more research on that too, just to find out what happens. I don't know of a lot of other road renamings recently personally, but Eva Lisa's team may be aware of that, or Grant Kettle's team.
I'm only using that as an example in terms of a process, Lance, around not getting into the argument as to, what happened or why, but just, what should be the statutory, processes if there's a resolution of council, particularly in naming of parks, in terms of some sort of timeline, because at the moment it appeared that's been a series of collective informal decisions, but some sort of backup where you have to, if there's a move to delay something, that has to come back to council as a formal report.
Yeah, I think Lance will get back to you on that one.
That's fine. Just the next one, and again for Lance, and this may be an AP and LTP matter. I picked up the point. First of all, you have parks and green spaces, and we've got examples where there's a Maori name in terms of relative to Hapu or iwi. There's also a name after an identity, another identity, like Claudelands Bush, as I understand it, has obviously 2 names. That then involves, descriptive plaques and that kind of things. Do I take it that, Lance, one of the things we should be looking for through the LTP or AP is looking at a project where we do actually get plaques or as to explanation of names, particularly where you have a dual language name, which are basically not technically bilingual. They just relate to 2 different particular strands, a la Claudelands Bush.
Look, we have budgets for signage, so sometimes, if a new name goes in or whatever, then that would happen at the time that the new public space is opened and named. If we're renaming or adding a name, then generally we'll try and fit that around when we're replacing signs, because they obviously do get damaged and vandalised and things like that. We try to be as cost effective as possible. Being proactive, that would have to do a bit more research into this, but that would take, obviously more resources going forward. And just one example of proactivity has been our libraries internally. We have Te Reo and English names in there, and Stephen rolled that out as we were doing a revamp of the library, which was tied in with, the budget for that at the time.
All right, Martin.
Okay. Well, just following on that, Lance, and just could you give us, and I'm happy to talk offline, because it seems to me we have a scenario. Can I just make a point? We're having a huge debate around naming, particularly of parks, green spaces. Many people, including our own staff, legitimately wouldn't have any idea with respect as to why a particular park, Dawson Park or Sandford Park, is named as they are. And I'm just wondering, in terms of building the historical description, it may tie in with Mark's point. Seems to me there's a whole exercise there. A lot of people will see a name, but they wouldn't have a clue why it exists.
Yeah, I'll just make one brief comment. We're formulating an arts and culture strategy, so
Right.
that will include, as elected members have discussed several times, is around interpretation and telling the stories. And then that would bubble up to be either an annual plan or an LTP consideration for elected members on how much you wanted to spend on that.
No, I appreciate that. And then it relates to the second thing, and something that obviously, is, to the best of my knowledge, we have 3 street names that are very problematic in terms of our relationships with iwi and hapu. Are we aware of any more street names apart from those 3 that are problematic?
Look, sorry, I'm not over all the detail of that. Possibly. But I'd have to do some further research into that. And it's part of the work program around our cultural sensitivities and that work program we had around about 5 different work streams. So
sure,
I'd have to come back to you on that.
No. Look, I mean, obviously, it's a much broader project. But I guess to yourself, or to Sandra and yourself, with regard to these 3 existing street names, there's the debate and discussion about the process of potentially changing the names, whether that can happen or not, being practical. But where are we at in terms of at least getting some historic plaques up so that people do understand the nuances of those street names in particular and the context of them?
I wasn't aware that we were looking at doing that, but I'm happy to talk to you offline about that.
Yeah, look, I'll save it for debate, because still, with respect, I suspect if you did a poll where you asked people why about those street names, with possible exception of Von Temsky, there'd probably be quite a high ratio of don't know as to why these names are problematic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
no, you make your point, Martin. I'll look forward to your debate. Thank you.
The other thing, look, I'm looking at the diagram, Sandra, around your process, and if we say let's take an example of there's a hill somewhere in all Magellan, Vasco da Gama. I didn't realise we had such a huge Portuguese community in our city, but what's the with a structure plan? What's the final process and tick off when it says council approves and notifies? Can you just zero down on where that decision making is? After all the steps have been gone through, who does the final tick off in this new policy?
For renaming of roads, or for
no,
naming?
I'm talking about a cluster of streets, and I'm just giving an example where. I've never kind of understood why there was a particular part of town that has Robin Hood, contextually, who in council finally does the tick off? So you have, there's a new part of peacocks and all of that stuff under the new policy. So you go through all these processes, I get that, but where's the kind of, without being too bureaucratic, where's the final check and balance?
The planning guidance manager makes the final determination for a new road that an application has come through for, and in accordance with the policy.
Right. And that will be individual roads, namings of particular suburbs and that kind of thing, or clusters of roads. That would be a high level.
So if a development comes through, the developer names the development, and that in effect is becoming the suburb name, if it's a large development. If there's a cluster of roads that come through, then the application is put in for each road individually. So it doesn't matter whether the developer puts in 10 roads all at once, or whether they put one road in, they put in an application for that road to be named, and it is the planning guidance manager who makes the final determination on those.
And I'm not sort of suggesting that council elected wing do all that stuff necessarily, but I'm just trying to think of the higher level naming of suburbs, etc. What's the stand? What would be the standard? Is what you're proposing in the end fairly standard practice in New Zealand?
In terms of road naming, it's quite variable. For example, in Auckland, it is the local boards that name roads. So they the ones who put forward names, they consult on the names and they determine the names. Whereas Hamilton has the developer put forward the names, and then there's a process by which the name is determined. So it's quite variable across the country as to who it is who puts forward the names and determines the names.
So, and again, I know this is all going out the submission, so this is just free thinking. So in Auckland, you have a situation where democratically elected local boards do have an input in the end, whereas in Hamilton, we leave that to the city planner.
Yes, to the planning guy. Yes. Yeah.
Roads.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Very thorough. All right, now I'm getting, and justifiably, there's been a bit of grumbles that no one's actually sort of seen this motion we're putting up, and that's fair. So we're getting that emailed out. My apologies for that. Certainly wasn't any intention to obfuscate, so that'll be emailed to you. In the meantime, Councillor Dave, I've got you next.
Thanks, Bunty. Yeah, and thanks for mail out. I was one of the people grumbling because we saw it for a few seconds, that red edition, which I think was yours to Ewan's motion.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and I'm wanting to move the staff recommendation. I'll do that when we come to that point, but there's a question about whether that we would add that or something like that, but without seeing it and having it in front of us, we can't tell.
Yeah,
so
good
that's
point.
one
It's
thing.
on the way.
Yeah, look, it's a question, maybe not to Sandra. Maybe you can tell me, Sandra, if you can answer it. If we're waiting, the motion of Ewan's goes through, we have the status quo until we get some changes locked in from the new district plan. The district plan is due to be notified in August, or that may not be the technically correct term. If there are appeals to that section, what length of time would we be looking at? A range of times, perhaps, another 6 months, another 18 months on top of the 10 or 11 months. I'm trying to get a sense of how long we might be waiting with the status quo if that went through in that circumstance, Sandra.
I'm afraid I can't speak to how long the district plan may take to be amended. That's not my department. Perhaps Lance can comment.
Balls in your court, Lance.
I'm not a bush planner, Dave. I'm not a planner or a bush planner. Look, we had some work.
Some big ups to you.
So the information received from Alice Morris last night, just on that part of the just that plan change. Apparently, it sounds like it becomes available to use. I won't use the word operative when it's notified. So it would be from August next year that you could use that overlay and help developers and council name roads.
But if it's appealed, that holds up the approval. And from memory, when you first notify one, it's only a percentage that it counts, roughly speaking. It's not.
Yeah, I think Grant's popped on, so maybe.
Through you, Chair, just answer that question. So, Councillor McPherson, in terms of the legal status, as I understand, heritage has immediate legal effect on notification. So it's not their whole balancing or the proportionate as it moves through the process. It has immediate legal effect from notification.
So what if someone appeals it?
It still has a legal effect, even under appeal.
Okay. No, that's helpful to clarify that. Bunty, the other question relates to the process of this. There's the staff recommendation, which I want to move, nevertheless has 3 different moving parts, if you like. Yep. That's just B1, 2, and 3 I'm referring to there, and the options for each of them.
Yeah, what I'm going to try and do, Dave,
it's unclear. Are we debating the whole thing together, or you?
Yeah, we will debate the whole thing together, but I'll move them separately as we go through.
Okay, because there's some. Yeah, all right. Some people may well support one only if another one part of it goes through and that sort of thing. It's
I'm trying to bust it out to give people as much choice as they possibly can. I can't, if you can think of another way of doing it, I'm more than happy to listen, but I just don't want to shut half of it down by voting all at once.
You might have to change that 3 minutes to 5 just to get the
how long it took me to download that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Kish. Big pun, Councillor Kish.
Thank you. Couple of questions. Just, Sandra, can you talk me through in terms of changing that timeline with option, what was it now? Option 4. So it says that the developer must consult, at the pre-application stage. How does that work practically? Can the consent application still progress? Can you still gain consent before hearing back from Mana Whenua? You're on mute, sorry.
There we go. Sorry, it's trouble unmuting. So the intent of this section is that before the development takes a long time to go through in most cases. It's not common for them to be racing through. So a developer would know for some time in advance that they were going to do a development at that particular property or on that particular piece of land. So while they are preparing for their resource consent, they have the time then to go to Mana Whenua and say, well, I've got this piece of land here. What can you tell me about it? Tell me about the history, suggest some names for this piece of land. And this is before they've even started, before they've got the design confirmed. This is when they're still even thinking about what the development might be called. So it's at a very early stage. And at that time, developers have a lot less pressure. And so therefore, the 90 days to consult with Mana Whenua is not a challenge for them. And then they're all prepared. By the time they get to the pre-app and the application process, they have the names sitting there ready to be used.
So how does that work? I'm assuming that developers won't have a road layout or know how many names they actually need. How does that work?
That's why we're suggesting that Mana Whenua provide a register or a pool of names. So they say, oh, up on this hill, these, there used to be Manukau and Rimu and Kari here. So those might be good names. Down here in the gully, there's a creek. And so these names might be whatever. I'm just pulling things out of the air there. But the idea is that the Mana Whenua can tell a story about that particular piece of land and suggest a pool of names which could be selected for the development, for any future roads that are confirmed in that area, for a pocket park, for whatever, and that relationship between Mana Whenua and the developer is built, the story is told, and that can then translate through the development right from the earliest stages.
Okay, and can I ask a question of Councillor Ewan, if that's okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead.
If you're happy, Chair.
With the 21 days that you're proposing, Ewan, is that after consent is granted?
Good question. And I was just exchanging a message to Mark. I think I may have misled Carmen, and it's my fault. Under the option 3, the status quo, what we're wanting is option 4, but changing the time frame from the 90 days to the 21 days, because that's much more meaningful and helpful. We do want to bring the consultation with Mana Whenua forward. Option 3 didn't enable that, so that was my error. So Carmen will hopefully quickly change that. My issue was the 90 days and wanting to move it to 21 days. Kesh, does that answer your question?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. One more question for you though. With option 1 versus option 2, you highlighted the wording and that has a role in ensuring versus ensures. Do you also mean to leave out the Hepo Manawa Ora bit?
Yeah, look, Sarah asked me the same question. Yes, I do, and that's because I believe, although we as a council have embraced He Manawa Ora, I don't believe we should be forcing that onto a developer, and so that's why I felt the status quo encompasses our role to ensure that the city's history, local identity and culture is recognised, but we shouldn't be mandating it in that way that I believe option 2 does.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ewan.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Chair Mark.
Thank you, Kesh. Ryan, did I see your hand up or has it come down again? Come down. Okay, great stuff. Thank you. Right, I've got a couple of very quick questions here. Thanks, everyone. Your positions are coming quite clear. I think what I am going to do, though, is because I'm starting to enter the twilight zone when it comes to how we're going to roll this, how we're going to move this. So we'll get to the end of questions, and then we're going to take a coffee break while I talk with governance about how to get through this. I'm trying to get through this in a way that everyone gets as close to what they want through this. But a couple of questions first, if we could. Just got to find them. Oh, God, I've wandered into the arts policy. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, here we go. On point 46, Sandra, you've got this table 5, Te Reo Māori names applied since 2016. And it says here as Hamilton City Council as one of those developers, we've named 3, but this is the number of the roads, not the size of the roads, isn't it? So, for example, Wairiri Drive, it counts as just one road. Is that right?
Correct. The 3 names there that Hamilton has named were names where there was an extension to that road. So it wasn't necessarily a new road, but there was a change in layout, creating an extension, and then the name was extended out. So that counts in the statistics.
Right, but what I'm saying is your statistics are about the number of road names, not the size or significance of the road.
Correct.
Right, so Wairiri Drive plays out against Lickfold Lane and Puketi, for example. Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Next and final couple of quick questions are, right, here we go. I'm on page of Diligent, page 72. And we talk about going to the appropriate mana whenua groups here. Now, I'm at risk of opening up a can of worms. I'm trying to work out, does this appropriate mana whenua group change from case to case, or do we have a process of going through THORC, through our JMA partners, Mangai? What's the deal?
My understanding is that there is a fairly well-defined process by which staff in council identify who the appropriate mana whenua are and therefore advise developers on who they are. There's been my understanding is there's been quite a bit of work in that area to ensure that the correct iwi and hapu are being communicated with.
So are you saying it could change from case to case?
I believe that if it does change, it will change from application to application when any particular road comes in, depending on who the appropriate iwi and hapu are for that particular area.
What if we end up with a situation like we did, and this is slightly left of centre, but with the theatre, where there was a certain group of Māori who believed that they were the appropriate group and should be dealt with? Is this? Do we leave ourselves open with this wording?
I believe it's an ongoing discussion with mana whenua around who the appropriate iwi and hapu are for a particular area, and that is something that is also for them to decide amongst iwi and hapu, as well as in conjunction with having conversations with council. I don't think that's something that is can be just really nailed down. I believe those conversations are ongoing, although Tapora might want to leap in there with more information if she has it.
Yeah, Tapora, if you got any. Just on mute there.
I would just say in that each part of whenua throughout Kirikiriroa, there are different interests in there, and we work that through on coming together and finding a solution for that. But I agree with Sandra around the trying to nail that down. That's just the process that we go through. It's a
right
tikanga, for want of better words.
Yeah,
gets rolled out, and I wouldn't try and define that.
Yeah, no, it'd be pretty hard to nail it down, wouldn't it? Like nailing a jelly to a wall, really. But could I ask then, that with the proposed motion of 21 days, is that going to be enough time to establish the appropriate mana whenua and to do this appropriate work?
Mana whenua was suggested the 12 weeks would be appropriate because of the difficulty on identifying those, the appropriate iwi, the appropriate hapu, the appropriate people to talk to, and then the difficulty sometimes in being able to make contact with those people and giving them time to speak to their people and come back with ideas. That's how we arrived at the 12-week timeframe.
Okay. Alrighty, that's all my questions. Some more questions have popped up. I have Mayor Paula, then Councillor Sarah, then Councillor Ryan. Unless he drops his hand again.
Thank you, everyone. Finding all these questions very useful. Just one in terms of criteria, maybe I missed it in the document, not disputing anything else that's previously been said, but any weighting given to significance of names for other reasons, such as if you're going to put up a name for a road, if it was someone who was associated strongly with the local environment, or someone who was a hero, or someone who'd been a strong community advocate, or that kind of thing, does that get more weighting than just, some nice sounding name that resonates?
Grant might want to jump in here, but I would say that there's a range of different factors that are taken into consideration when deciding the final name, and an entire report is put together. Which
I get that. So does the policy clarify that you would give more weight to someone who had various attributes, like they were a community hero, a local who lived there for many years, had given up the land, or whatever? Because there's, you could make a name up because, I'd quite like to have a road named after each of my daughters, for example, or whatever. But something deeper than that, there's something that really connects. Is the policy pick that up?
I believe the policy does give guidance to staff that the historical references, the history of the area is to be weighted more than just a random name that is provided. But it doesn't sort of spell it out saying, war heroes shall be given, greater weighting than, it doesn't spell it out in that way, but it provides guidance to staff that they need to take all of these different factors into account and provide a name that is reflects the area and the community and the history.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Let me see. Councillor Sarah, hello.
Thanks, Chair. Our first question is just clarification. So, Sandra, in terms of the names put forward on the register, in a register or list by mana whenua, essentially, there's no requirement that it should have to be Te Reo Māori. They could just, right, so they could be of a name of someone significant to the area, but it doesn't need to actually be in Te Reo Māori. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And the other question is, so there's it's off Horsham Downs Road or near there, Genian Place or something, and Pragma Rise. A couple of names where basically they've just been named after the developers' commercial companies. And I guess I kind of wondered with, in terms of this policy, what would we see things like that happening under these changes? Because whether that's appropriate or the best way to reflect those areas.
I think there's a historical element here in that if you go back in time, the names of roads were not expected to reflect the community in any way, at a previous time in history, or they were named differently. So the current policy with an emphasis on, sort of developing a sense of place in Hamilton, the inclusion of various sectors of the community, that's all relatively new in the history of Hamilton. So yes, you did have times in the past when a company would, they'd build a new development and then they'd name the road after their company, and that was acceptable at the time, but we've changed now. And so that probably would not be, they would need to have a good basis for that occurring. So yeah, times have changed.
Okay, because it was only like a couple of years ago, but yeah.
Well, it's you've also got to understand that so for example, if you take the local boards at Auckland, in Auckland, they receive an application and they propose the names to be consulted on and debated. Whereas what we have here in Hamilton is that the developer puts forward the names, and those are the ones that are considered, and there's less opportunity for somebody else to propose a name, or for the community to have involvement. So if you just compare what happens in Auckland to Hamilton, obviously two different cities, but the developers are having a much greater say in the naming of roads in Hamilton compared to what they would do in a suburb in Auckland. And that is the choices that those different cities have made for that. But there's a range of ways that you can do that. If you're trying to build a sense of inclusiveness and place, you might have different ideas about what names should be than if you're wanting to reflect the contribution that developers are making to the development of Hamilton, and therefore the input that they can have into those things.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. Sandra, irrespective of the amendment in the motion where we're going to land on a decision that says mana whenua must respond within 21 working days or within 12 calendar weeks, what happens if they don't?
The planning guidance manager would consider the amount of effort that was put into generating a conversation, obviously. But if mana whenua had not responded and the developer had made genuine attempts to engage in conversation, then he would take that into account when he was making his decision. It is likely as well that staff would also try to contact mana whenua to sort of go, hey, an email address get dropped here or something, or whatever, to try and discover what might have caused that to happen. So there's this kind of checks and balances that the staff would still do to ensure, but at the same time, if there is genuinely no response, then you can't, there's a limit to how much you can expect the developer to engage with somebody who does not want to engage back with them.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, are you saying it's a discretionary element? I'm just wondering from a developer, and they're looking for certainty and timeframes and things like that, and to not be unduly, restricted what the fallback position is. Is it purely discretion, or should we have a policy around that?
I think that's a case-by-case basis. What you're talking about here is relationships. There are relationships between the developer and mana whenua. There are relationships between the planning guidance team at council and developers. And so these are conversations that are happening in an ongoing manner. It's not a really defined black or white rule situation where, because that's not how things work.
So it's discretion is what you're saying. It's staff discretion.
It's discretion and relationships.
Okay, and two more questions. Apologies if these have been answered, but just for clarity. So the document refers to mana whenua. Is that Thorpe, or we've now changed the name of Thorpe, I think.
Taha, yeah.
In terms of the consultation that developers would have with mana whenua, they would be contacting the hapu or the iwi of that area, that those who had had rohi, that it was their place.
Sorry, that's problematic because that's really confusing. So you're a developer and you go and who's in that, to the earlier question, we have self-proclaimed mana whenua groups. So what is the official conduit as a developer approaches council? Is it THORC? Or
council already have systems in place for identifying the appropriate hapu and iwi and advising developers. They do that now. That process is already happening, and it's and council identifies who the correct iwi and hapu are in conversations with those iwi and hapu, and again, it's relationship building and an ongoing conversation. And sometimes iwi and hapu get together and they have a conversation about who has who's the appropriate group to talk
thanks.
to there.
Chair, I just on that, I really want a crystal clear answer from staff, because I understand she's, Sandra said that, developers community will go to appropriate hapu iwi, but isn't that why we have a formalised relationship with Te Hao or THORC? I just want some clarity around that conduit.
That's kind of the nature of my questioning too, actually, Sandra. So can you have another crack at that, please?
I think
Mark, can we get Mona to answer that?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Sure. Hi, Mona. Thanks for coming in on your holiday, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Just to answer your question, Councillor Ryan, the answer to that is yes, we would go through THORC. So that would be our first point of call, is to notify them of an application for road names. Yep. So you're right. We would go to THORC with that.
Thanks. And just while you're there, has THORC changed its name? Because I get mixed messages, but I haven't officially had an email, I don't think.
No, they haven't changed their name. So I think you're referring to Te Ngāwha Whakatupuaki. So that's a committee that we've established in council, so that we can bring council projects to THORC on a regular basis. So Te Ngāwha Whakatupuaki is just the name of the committee, where we invite THORC and also Waikato Tainui and also Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
And final question, Chair. Out of options 3 and 4, and apologies if you asked this, but what's the difference between suggestions for specific road names only or roads, open spaces or facilities? What's the nuance between the two options there?
Sandra?
Yes, the naming of roads has to meet standards, and there's greater regulatory oversight around the naming of roads compared to open spaces and council facilities. So it's a slightly different process. It also happens more frequently, the naming of roads compared to facilities or open spaces. Did I cover that off adequately? Sorry.
Ryan, does that answer your question?
Maybe I'm a bit slow today. It's probably not the first time.
No, there's a lot at play. It's busy.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah.
Option 4, the one you're talking about, Ryan, is it sort of broadens that register of that register of names provided by iwi through telling the stories of that area, so they can be used for street names or they can be used for open spaces or facilities within that particular area. So I think it sort of broadens it.
Right. So option 3 would narrow it to roads only. Is that right? Because we're currently, like Korikori Park and things like that, we currently already have the more lateral use of it, don't we?
At the moment, the developer would apply. So they would wait until they had resource consent for a road. So they would know exactly where that road was going to be and exactly how many roads there were. And then they would say, they'd go to mana whenua and say, we've got 4 roads here. This is exactly where they are. Would you like to have input into a name? Whereas what we're doing is by moving it earlier and providing a register, the developer, before they even know how many roads they're going to have, they have a pool of names that they could use. And they could choose to use some of those names for the development as a whole, or for a pocket park, or for anything else within the development, not just roads.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, that's starting to come a little bit clear. Can I follow on with a question on that one? Thanks, Ryan. With regards to the pool of names, so they could have a pool of names as soon as they know there's a development going in, ready to go. Is that right, Sandra?
Correct.
Okay, so that, because I'm thinking about this 10 days versus this quite a significant difference between 10 days, 21 days and 90 days. So I'm thinking, has the 10 days been problematic in the past?
Yes, it has.
So if there was a pool of names beforehand, would that help?
I think that it would still be down to the mana whenua of that area to decide. Like, for example, it probably wouldn't be appropriate for council to come up with a list of 1,000 names in Te Reo and say you can choose any of these if you feel like it.
But doesn't mana whenua come up with a pool of names?
They do, and I would make the assumption that they're doing that based on the history of that area and the story that they want to tell for that area. So it's not just a random, it's not like you just Googled a list of names and pulled it off.
No, for sure. But you'd embark on this body of work way early in the piece, you're saying?
It's correct. I mean, developers often purchase a block of land quite some time before they begin developing it, so they could immediately after purchasing the land, they could go and have a chat to mana whenua and go, hey, at some point in the next 10 years, I'm going to do this, but within the next 3 months, can you give me a list of names that would be suitable for this area? So they can approach it as early as they like.
And if they had extra knowledge through like the overlay type situation, that could also help them make that decision a wee bit more expedient.
I don't know a great deal about the overlay, but I would caution against having an overlay of names that mana whenua themselves had not suggested, and that you wouldn't want to put supersede the process of them having.
But if the overlay had been basically written by mana whenua, it might help. Okay, all right. Okie dokie, Minoki. Right, I see Martin, you've got your question up front. Your hand up for another question.
Look, just very briefly, and it may to Lance and your team, and Sandra, would you mind sort of just getting us exactly what does happen at the local board? Like around the country, you have community boards. Auckland has local boards, which are a much higher level again. But I would really, this is going out for submission, but I wonder if we could circulate the practice in parts of Tamaki Makaurau would be good. I'm just really interested in how they get the community input into this.
Certainly, I can. They actually have an entire set of guidelines on how road naming occurs and how the community have opportunities to provide input to the local board on proposed names. So I can forward that information to you to read if you'd like.
Yeah, because obviously we're going out to submission, so that's just some, I think, may or may not be some relevant information. Thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful, Martin. Thank you. All right, and you make a very good point. This is we're not designing the policy on the hoof. We're designing or finalising what's going to go out to public submission, and then the substantive debate will happen after that. So we get to do this all again. Great. So look, if there are no further questions, I'm going to take some advice from staff. I'm getting different pieces of advice now as to whether we should vote on it in parts. Most of the advice coming back is now we have two clear differences, so it may come back as a whole. But let me, if you'll just be patient with me, I'll work that out with governance during the coffee break, which I think we're all gagging for. Great questions. Thank you, team. It is, I make it about 5:02, so we'll come back at 11:10. We'll resume then with debate and motions, etc. Away we go. Back live. Hey, Sandra.
How are you?
Good. Hey, thanks for your work on this too. I appreciate that. So
Yes,
lots of
it's-
moving parts, eh? Lots of moving parts.
Yes, it has.
Right. Hey, Sarah.
What's your background, Mark?
I don't know. I went through a whole bunch of them last night. It comes from some movie. Oh,
Right.
got heaps of them, really. I still got.
I saw the Teletubby ones.
Yeah. Look at the, it was just
a bit creepy, eh?
Yeah, they are. It is creepy. They start to look like a halo.
Mm.
I thought, yeah, that's perhaps a wee bit over the top.
No, that was like, oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Brady Bunch.
You know who they are, Sarah. You're too young.
Yeah, I know Brady Bunch, although I may have watched a few episodes.
But, you know what this one is? Because you will.
I don't know.
That's a
is that
game, isn't it?
Minecraft?
Minecraft, yep.
Yeah.
I've never played.
Yeah, I was going to say Minecraft. Carry on, Bunty. The quiz.
Yeah, that'd be a good quiz.
Leo's the lion.
Yeah. I think you might have seen some of these. Oh, here's one. I feel the need for speed.
Top Gun.
Yeah.
1 or 2?
One. There's two come out yet.
It is in the States, I think.
Yeah. Apparently the new James Bond movie is meant to be a ripper as well. It's meant to be really good.
Simpsons.
Simpsons.
Is that the Simpsons?
Oh, Simpsons.
Yep.
I thought you meant Simpsons Fish and Chip Shop. Still going.
That is one of the best fish and chip shops in New Zealand.
Where is this?
It's on Clyde Street in a little block of shops. And
Really?
when I was a student, you could go down there and get like $1 worth of chips. And
Yeah.
honestly, you'd feed a family of 4.
I think
that good?
Dave's just
It
been
was
there. but I think-
the Sunday evening run after dinner for us.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Brilliant. All right. Where are we? Okay. Let me see. Try and find something neutral and we'll get back into it. Hang on. There we go. How I feel. Great. The Good Place. You're right. Thanks, Carmen. You did right. Which is a really good series. That's the Ted Danson one, eh? Yep. Okay. All right. Anyway, so enough of the idle banter. We're back into it. Okay. So thanks, governance, for your advice. Look, we've got two pretty clear positions now. Now, bearing in mind that this is what's going out to consultation, so it's not as if we're making the final decisions yet. We're trying to find the clearest way through to what we put onto consultation. So we have a motion and an amendment, which I'll get you to put up if you could, Carmen, please. Nice and big. That would be great. Thank you. So the motion, we'll have a look at the motion first. So that's from Ewan and myself. So there's some clear choices you need to make during your voting today, but we will be taking voting as a whole, as in motion or the amendment. So the motion is that we receive the report, obviously. Ewan's motion says option 1, status quo. Option 4, changing 21 working days, changing to 21 working days rather than the 90. And option 5, status quo, which you'll get to hear through the debate shortly. Options C, D, E, and F are pretty much the same in both of them, and G seems to be the same in both of them too. But let's have a look at the amendment, please. There we go. So Dave and Tupura's amendment, the differences are in B. It's option 2, the policy principles. Option 4 is the timing and nature of information requested, which I believe is the 90 days. And option 6 is the number of proposed names on the application form. That's option 6. Dave, have I missed anything here in your amendment?
Bunty, the only difference is points B, 1 and 2.
Got it.
That says my understanding. Are you on that, Ewan?
Agreed.
Staff recommendation. Yep.
Agreed.
Okay. So really that's where our points of difference are in 1 and 2. So yep. Okay. And so the way we're going to debate this is Ewan, you're the mover.
And 3, I think, Mark.
Big one. Oh, is 3 different as well, is it, Dave?
Yes, because B3 is a status quo.
Yep.
Say that again.
3 in Ewan's is the status quo, option 5, and in yours is option 6, Dave.
What do we? Oh, well, Ewan had option 6 and the one that was emailed to us.
Okay, let's just get
Yes, that was correct.
So I'm going on that, and yeah.
So Ewan, where are you standing at the moment?
I'm standing as it is now.
As it is now. Okay, so
Yep.
that is different as well now. Okay.
So that's changed. Okay, so this is a bit of a problem when we get a late change like this, Bunty.
Yeah, sorry, Dave.
We've asked to be sent out Ewan's motion, and we come and sent it out about half an hour ago. And
So can I just say,
second-
it wasn't actually a late change. It was actually a bit of an error in the original one, which I
Okay.
pointed out.
But Dave hasn't seen it until later, so that's okay.
Well, not Dave's, the whole meeting.
Option
Although-
5 and option 6. Sorry to break from formal protocol here, but option 5 and option 6. Can we just have a quick look at what those are again, just so we're all clear in our heads? This is the number of proposed names, I understand. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. And so yours is for the
Status quo. So 2
Yep.
names, where option 6 is 3 names and mandating 1 is Torrio.
Got it.
I mean,
Okay.
I
Go ahead,
guess
Ewan.
what I was going to say is I hear Dave's comment that, and I apologize for the late change, but the reality is I think the elected members will be split on I and on 1, 2, and 3. I guess there's considerable divergence on each of the items between the motion and the amendment.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, we have 2 clear choices anyway. And again, this is what's going out to public. And when it comes back to hearings, we'll be able to have another chew on this anyway. So apologies for the lateness of that one. And we are going to move on.
Chairman.
So, yeah, Ryan.
Could I sneak in one quick question before debate?
Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. Just Sandra, just on the time frame. So the motion's 21 days and the staff recommendation's 90 days. Can I just get some sense, is that time frame supposed to be around the pre-application? So it's at the front end, it's not either way, shouldn't unduly delay the process? Is that the intent, or?
Yes, the developer can commence that process as early as they would like, but the intent is that by about the pre-application stage or before they put the resource consent in, that it has been completed. So, and the intent is to locate that process at a time when there is plenty of time and it won't hold up the process.
Okay, thank you.
We're not going to open up for a whole new round of questions.
Clarification there, Bunty. My understanding is that Ewan is also supporting option 4, but with a different number of days notice, but it's still at pre-application. So there's no difference with the pre-application aspect.
Ewan?
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to cut off the questions now, guys. We've had a good belt over this. Trying to keep it as accommodating as we possibly can. So the way I'd like to run this debate is we'll have the mover and then the mover of the amendment, and on we go into debate. Okay, so Ewan, I'm going to try my fancy dancy little timer, but you're also being timed by the other guy. So away you go.
Yeah, look, clearly there is significant difference between the motion and the amendment. The motion continues to encourage developers to recognise New Zealand's unique cultural background and engage in meaningful and constructive dialogue with mana whenua. I believe that there is already good indication that the developers are embracing that mantra, and we've seen in the recent past an increase in the number of Torrio street names, and I think that's encouraging. I'm disappointed staff chose to simply unilaterally remove the last year and explain the increase as being one significant development. I think that's mischievous because ultimately it doesn't change the material facts that recently there has been a higher uptake in Torrio. My fundamental concern is that the staff's recommendation, the amendment, locks a council philosophy and policy decision around Pounamuwa Ora and places that obligation unilaterally onto developers. And I don't think it's our role to tell developers that they must follow the principles of Pounamuwa Ora. The reality is, if we're going to have a meaningful, united future in New Zealand, it's going to be a partnership, and it's not going to be one-sided and dictatorial. I think that will be incredibly destructive. In terms of option 4, from my point of view, it is nonsensical to go from a 10-day period to suddenly requiring 12 weeks. Mana whenua are required to put forward a list of names. They need to start doing that now based on the historical significance of areas, and they should be able to respond in a commercial, timely fashion. I think at the heart of this, mana whenua have a challenge to overcome, and that is getting clarity on who speaks in what areas. So in summary, I believe the motion is sensible, it's workable, and it encourages an atmosphere of partnership.
Hang on time. Thank you, Councillor Ewan and Councillor Dave.
Thank you, Chair Mark. Look, this isn't needing to be a legalistic debate. There are some elements of similarity between, quite a few in fact, between Ewan's viewpoint and mine. But I derive my arguments from the fact that we've just gone through an extensive public consultation exercise to come up with He Pounamuwa Ora, a policy, a strategy, a set of policies and a strategy that tries to move us into a space where a greater proportion of our community is included in our council work. And part of our council work is obviously place naming, street naming, etc. If we are not to bed He Pounamuwa Ora, which was strongly supported after that wide consultation in things like place naming, then I'm not sure where we should be using it. This area was clearly identified in the discussions in He Pounamuwa Ora and our debates and the submissions and the discussion that we had as something that was important to people in this area. I don't see any problem in us ensuring that the city's history, local identity and local culture is recognised and maintained. That's what option 2 says. As far as the length of time goes, this is the commercial speed that Ewan referred to is not relevant at the pre-application stage. As Sandra pointed out in several answers to questions, this is not a time where time is critical in that sense. There is, as developers have told her, she reported to us, and I'm aware that is where developers actually have time up their sleeves at the pre-application stage. They prefer to consult over with mana whenua over names and related issues at that time, rather than the last minute where time does become critical. So this is at the right time. I don't believe 3 months is onerous. I don't believe it's unnecessary. It will often not be necessary to have that length. 3 weeks, however, is ridiculously short. We wouldn't even put our own stuff out for consultation with that shorter period. And the last thing is, look, it says option 6 says up to 3 names, one of which must be put forward by mana whenua. How is that onerous? How is that anti-developer? I think that the developers will have the ability to put forward their own suggestions as well as mana whenua. No problems. Everyone gets a chance. If we're saying there's no obligation, then again, we're saying don't worry about Hei Po Manawa Ora. It was just nice words.
Time, Dave.
Thank you.
Really good. Great. Councillor Ryan, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I'll be quick. For me, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think I probably share a lot of the previous speakers' points. I don't think this mandates He Po Manawa Ora, but rather to repeat what a good army strategist told me recently, strategy should equal execution. And this council's just approved a significant document, and at the first opportunity to put flesh on the bones and give that meaning, this is their opportunity to do that. And as Councillor Dave said, it just provides more options and it brings iwi to the table in a constructive way. The other thing around the time frame, I probably would have perhaps had 60 days being a bit more palatable, but I don't think it's largely a moot point because this whole process is proactive and actually, regardless of the motion or the amendment, gets the planning and the nuancing at the front end of the planning process. So it gets everyone actually, hopefully it will actually enable a more expedited and carefully thought through sensitive development. And finally, the district plan process will flush out or identify some of those cultural sites. And I think I just appreciate, Mark, that again, whether it's the motion or the amendment, that that these different parts of council are talking to each other, and that we will have the development community and even mana whenua will have identified these sites so that we all have a little bit more certainty in terms of what's already in our backyard rather than all of a sudden finding something that we didn't know was there. So I think the whole thing is proactive and it's a sensible way to move forward. Thank you.
Cheers, Ryan. Thank you. Who got next? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. When we put He Po Manawa Ora out for consultation, we got over 1,000 submissions and we had extensive hearings on the strategy and we adopted it. And the strategy is quite clear that it's promoting having Te Reo Māori visual, heard and celebrated around the city, and also that we're recognising Māori history and historical sites throughout the city as well. And so I think to not include the strategy and not reference it in this policy would be completely disregarding the strategy because there's a very clear link there. And I'd also note that this is not a unilateral decision. We've already reached out to developers. There's going to be another opportunity for developers to have a say on this. And ultimately then we can take that feedback on board. So I don't agree this is unilateral. And also I would like to see that the community actually has some more say than they do right now in the naming of street names. Ultimately, it's the community that lives with these street names on a day-to-day basis, and they're what help to build the identity of our city. And so I don't understand the logic of putting so much of that decision-making power in the hands of the developers. I think that they should have the opportunity to put forward ideas, but ultimately the community should have some more say in this too. And so the fact that this is going up for consultation, there could be further ideas to how we encourage more community input, but that will come through that consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate that. And time to spare. All righty, I have Mangai Te Pora.
Thank you, Chair Mark. Look, I reject the motion, and quite frankly, I'm disappointed at the fencing of Hippo Manawa order. Consultation was taken, as many of our other speakers have said. And so if we look at the consultation, the people's voices and the leadership that came together for Hippo Manawa order, ultimately the motion moves to let the progress that we've made on that down. In my view, what we're looking at with this policy is all about relationship building, and those are the basic tenets of what Hippo Manawa order is, and we need to be clear about that commitment and embrace the unity and working together. It's because it's about bringing people together. Look, I think mana whenua just asking for consideration to the process that they need to undertake. They need to go back to their hapu. They need to speak to their people and bring their stories together. It's not something that's whipped out of a back pocket to put on the table. Mata waka also need to be included in that process, because Mata waka also have rich history within Kirikiriroa Hamilton. We've made progress on peacocks, for example. There's a lot of gains that have been made, but we absolutely cannot rest there. For me, this is about timing. We're not saying that everything will take up to 90 days, but we need to give consideration to a tikanga process that needs to be followed. And so in that, from pulling down the time of mana whenua, you only have this amount of time to do it within, work at commercial speed is essentially trying to put a square into a circle. So if we are to progress the relationship and everything that this council has committed to, and I repeat, committed to under Hippo Manawa order, hence my seconding the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Te Pora. Up next, I've got Councillor Maxine.
Thank you, and thanks to the speakers before me. I'll be speaking in support of the amendment from Councillor Dave and Māngai Te Pora. More than once I've heard that consultation is really important to this council, and that's also been something expressed by mana whenua in the early stages of the consultation on this policy. And by allowing for that to happen over a 12-week period, allows for better outcomes to be achieved. There is time for the storytelling that we want to be able to bring into Kirikiriroa Hamilton, and to ID sites of significance to Māori. We've heard talk about building trust with the development community, and by allowing early opportunity for them to engage with mana whenua can only build that on that trust, and serve to develop the relationships between the parties. So I think currently in Hamilton Kirikiriroa, there's real inequity in this part of the process, and when comparing the quite small amount of time that developers have control over an area, they have a really disproportionate influence on the naming of streets and suburbs of our future. And, sometimes, as Councillor Sarah has pointed out, resulting in branding rather than naming of streets. So, I'd really like to be able to see time given at the front end of the process to allow for that to happen. Times have changed, and along with them have expectations as well, and so must our policy in order to be able to reflect the change in our thinking and the new strategies that we've developed. And we've heard speakers talk about He Pō Manawa Ora. Look, I'm comforted that we're on the right track with this amendment, and note the lack of strong feedback from the development community, either one way or another, and that I've got full confidence that taking out the amendment to public consultation will see the principles and the amendments endorsed. Kia ora.
Thank you, Maxine. Right on time. Well done. You hold the Chocolate Fish Award for that one. Next up, Māngai Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark, and good morning, everyone. I speak in support of the amendment. I agree with Councillor Ryan's strategy is execution, the words of Colin Powell, and I think it's really important that Council gives effect to the He Pō Manawa Ora strategy. If you listen carefully, you'll hear the creaking and the groaning of the coffee table on level 9 that is already overwhelmed with strategies that have been passed by various councils in the past and haven't actually been put into their execution stage. So I'm very keen to see this He Pō Manawa Ora incorporated in this proposed policy, noting that it is a proposed policy going out for consultation. I heard what staff had to say about feedback from the developers that were consulted or have been given the opportunity to provide some feedback. Keen to hear more from them during the consultation phase and when this comes back for hearing. I think option 2 provides the opportunity for the stories, the rich stories that have happened on this land that we live on through the years for those to be told. And I look at the example of the Whātano Gateway at FMG Stadium and how many times that's referenced during rugby games, and that story is told as an example of some of the richness of the stories that mana whenua have to tell about Hamilton Kirikiriroa. So once again, speaking in support of the amendment.
Good, Ollie. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Oh, I seem to have beaten the mayor to the punch. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I support the motion. We are making good progress with Te Reo names, as we should, but I think the changes suggested in the staff report today are a little heavy-handed and potentially self-defeating because through using force, you're actually threatening the goodwill that you're trying to create. Te Pōra talked rightly about bringing people together. Maxine talked about developing trust. Well, then why are we abandoning trust and then forcing developers to put up a name rather than getting them to do it themselves? A third of the names, according to this report, 52 out of 160 have been in Te Reo since 2016. And yes, one development contributed highly to that. But with TGH owns a hell of a lot of land in this city, Tainui, and is an active developer. They've got big plans in the city. There will be more developments which they will do, which will do the same. And in the meantime, other developers are gradually coming to the party as well. The system isn't actually broken. So we're working to develop, to strengthen the relationships between mana whenua and developers, partly through allowing extra time, partly through a pool of street names to develop trust. Why then take a mallet to it and undermine that by forcing their hand? How many times have we heard that the carrot is better than the stick? So in terms of specific changes, I agree with you about option 1. Council has a role in ensuring history and culture is reflected, not council ensures. This is about the whole community, not just about the council. Timing, 12 weeks is ludicrous for me. I've been watching a lot of Vikings on Netflix lately. Now, those guys had an excuse for communication issues. These days, we've got emails, we've got cell phones, we've got Zoom. I think 12 weeks is absurd and unfair. And I want the names of proposed street names to be voluntary. Stick with the status quo, two names, no obligation to use the names supplied by mana whenua. They then go to the planning guidance manager for selection. Yeah, so let's not dictate to the developer. Let's not undo all the good work of building that relationship. Let the developers have the freedom to choose. We're already seeing results. You may be pleasantly surprised by the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor Paula, I think you dropped off and came back, but I had you next in the speaking order. So are you ready to go?
Sorry, I'll start again.
Oh, sorry. Welcome back.
I was just finishing my notes, Chair Bunting. I'm just going to, if you go take Martin, I'll go very next. Is that okay?
Yep, good as wood. Okay, Councillor Gallagher.
No, I'm still gathering my thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, if we're gonna play that game, we're going to run out of time.
No, it's not. Genuinely, I am in this. I am trying to gather thoughts. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I'll have a go.
Okay,
I
Paula, it's back up to you.
make sure, because this is quite complex, I just wanted to make sure that I put all my thoughts down in line. Support the comments of previous colleagues who've talked about the need to give power to He Pou Manawa Ora. I think we adopted that strategy with the genuine intent of improving the well-being of Māori and our wider community through the implementation of the actions. I think there are something like 32 actions, if I recall off the top of my head, in He Pou Manawa Ora across a number of well-beings. This is one opportunity to give effect to some part of that strategy. And it does provide guidance. It doesn't actually enforce an outcome on anyone. It provides a process, as I see it, to contemplate the nature of names. And I think that allows for an iterative conversation and some fresh thinking. It's all a lot easier to do things in new suburbs, isn't it? Because, you know, they're a sort of blank sheet, if you like, and we can work well ahead of time with developers to create concepts and names and outcomes for new areas. I don't think it'll always be easy, but I think it's pretty good opportunity. However, so I am going to go with the amendment. However, I have some sympathy to the length of time allowed for the process to happen. I don't think sometimes lengthening a time makes the process better. It just can suck up some time, and time is money in the community at times. Targets are interesting. I think they're aspirational, but I don't put a lot of stock on pure targets, this many names, that many names. It's all about the process of making genuine progress to me. So it's, you know, in another couple of years with this policy in place, and of course policies are always up for renewal, I hope we'll see genuine progress made. And that we won't get too hung up on the exact percentage or anything else of that. You know we've got a bigger issue to confront, which is how we deal with existing place names too. But I do believe this is a step in the right direction. I don't agree with every last strand of the policy, but then, you know, it's very unlikely that an elected member will. But I think the work is solid, and thank you for putting it together. This is only to put it out to the public to see what they feel. And I am interested in hearing from the wider community as to what would make it easier for them to decide upon a name, and just how they feel in general about their city names, because this is not something that everyone out there is thinking about every day of the week, that is for certain. So I think those are mainly my points, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. No, thank you. And you're right on time. Thank you. And Martin, I'll take it that if your thoughts aren't gathered by now, they're not going to be gathered.
No, sorry, and it was genuine. I'm trying to be succinct as possible, but our mayor has been very, very helpful actually in her contribution. I acknowledge her contribution. I actually acknowledge her leadership with our pillars of wellbeing strategy, and I wanted then, if I may, zero back in on Mangai Tupora and Mangai Ollie's contribution. With respect, I think the amendment versus the motion, this is going to be the first significant real test of our He Pou Manawa Ora strategy, pillars of wellbeing. As Mayor Paula said correctly, we put this out for submission. Obviously, there can be further consultation, further thinking around, you know, the reality is a particular timeline realistic. All right. So that's a sort of a detail that we can fine tune. As I've always said before, I am, dare I say it, Irish, English, Scottish extraction. What I admire particularly around Scotland, Ireland, Wales, even England, is that those countries celebrate the totality of their history, not just the last 100 years or 150 years. And my observation in those nations is, broadly speaking, particularly in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, that they really much embrace the totality and celebrate their diversity. And that's what I want to see in the city of Hamilton. I don't think historically we've done things particularly well. We named a suburb like Chartwell, for example. I think that was the country home of Winston Churchill. That may or may not be in current circumstances still appropriate. I don't know. We name places like Flagstaff. Whatever we do, I want to see greater community consultation and greater community awareness of the total history of our human habitation, which goes back 300, 400, 500 years, etc. And I think this is what this policy is designed to do. With respect, we talk about relationships with developers. That's cool. I don't think developers in the end should have final say. I think the final say should rest with the whole community. So this today is the first good test of our document, which is called the Pillars of Wellbeing. And a pillar to me means, and well-being means, a genuine partnership, genuine consultation. It doesn't wipe out one particular part of our human history. It actually celebrates the totality of that history. So that's why today I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Martin. All right, I'll just duck in before the right of reply. Better put a timer on myself, really. Live by the timer, die by the timer. I just want to frame this up. Don't forget, we are discussing what's going to go out to public here in a consultation document. And you know what? Hopefully, some of our minds will change as we go through this, depending on what the public has said. I would like the developers to pay really good attention. I'll be supporting the motion in this case, because largely I agree that the 21 days is reasonable compared to 10. And I think 90 days is unreasonable, but that's really for the development community and mana whenua to decide amongst themselves. And that's what this whole consultation document's about. The other framing is, I don't believe that one of these supports Hei Po Manawa Ora and one doesn't. One simply says we adhere to Hei Po Manawa Ora and the other one doesn't. So when it comes down to Colin Powell's point on execution, I think they're both executing Hei Po Manawa Ora to a degree. This is largely why we're doing the whole thing in the first place. That's why we're going to mana whenua first with our consultation. I think that actually does execute it. It's just we're not beating our chest and saying, by the way, we're including Hei Po Manawa Ora in every document we write. So I think what we do speaks louder than what we say in this case. So I don't think that's really a fair nor a relevant debate to bring up at this point. However, we'll let the community decide. I mean, obviously, I'm supportive of Hei Po Manawa Ora. I help drive it through this community. But I'm comfortable that both options actually support them. I'm also grateful to both the mover and the amender for including what I think was one of the greatest ideas that Martin's come up with, and that was the overlay. Now, you've heard about this great overlay. I think the more information that developers and the community can have about our city, about Kirikiriroa, about the places of significance around Kirikiriroa, the easier these decisions are going to be and the less heat there is going to be in these decisions. I got a great joy out of reading the O'Malley report because simply it took away the fear that something was going to get taken away from my way of life and plonked into someone else's. I think one of the more ridiculous things I heard today was around the street signs. We can't dual name street signs because the street signs might be too long. I think if I've taken that correctly, I would like to revisit that because I think perhaps we put one on top of the other. There we go. Basic physics sorted that problem out. So I really don't think dual naming should be taken off the table because of the physics of a street sign. I think we've got more creative geniuses in our midst than that. So look, I'm going to support the motion in this instance. I'll be relaxed if the amendment goes through because the real, I think, substantive debate is once we've given the community a good chew over this, we'll be able to come up with a good a good decision in the end. So thanks everybody for your debate. So I'll leave this now over to Ewan for your right of reply.
Thank you, Chair Mark. I'm smiling because Councillor McPherson has already projected the result and reminded me that I'm losing yet again. And Councillor McPherson is frequently accurate with his projections. Look, I think we are undertaking a dangerous journey. I think at times some of these policies are trying to, in an unbalanced way, rejig and rebalance history. And my challenge to all of my elected colleagues is you have to take the entire community with you, and to assume that some feedback from developers reflects the broader public's feeling about the issues concerning this, I think, is an error. The reality is the city's history, the local identity, the local culture is very subjective. My view on that is slightly different to somebody else's, but all of us have to feel that we're part of this narrative. And I think this current amendment devalues an aspect of our historical facts that we should be embracing in partnership. The suggestion that the motion is unilateral, look, I will stand corrected if in fact the community comes back and says that they are fully embracing of it. But I also would put the challenge out to those who say that I'm mistaken, that if the broader community comes back and says that in fact I'm not, that they will quickly change their position. I hope they don't say, oh gosh, no, they just didn't fully understand and we know more and we will make the decision for them. My good friend, Councillor Martin, I think, has erred in his suggestion regarding the historical elements of Scotland, Ireland and Wales and the rest. My point to you would be every aspect of history should be embraced and spoken about. And what the motion achieves
point of order. Point of order.
Yeah, what's the point of order, Martin, please?
I'm not sure that the speaker has accurately represented my point of view. That's what I thought all those countries did, but I certainly respect his view.
So is your point on accuracy?
Possibly on accuracy, but I realise that's debatable.
Righto, we'll just move on then, shall we? Another 20 seconds, Ewan.
Thank you. Look, Martin's achieved his thing. He's managed to get me to lose my line of thought. Well done, Martin. The reality remains, I believe the motion is a sensible step forward, that at the end of the day, this will go out for consultation. And I hope the community responds and tells us if they think it's appropriate that council's policy should be forced upon the development community, and we'll listen to what they have to say.
All right, thank you, Ewan. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move on to the vote of the amendment first, and a request from governance that you keep your hands up for a good long time so they can count them in the Zoom environment, please. So those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands.
The amendment is carried, noting Councillor Bunting, Councillor, oh goodness, the motion is carried, the amendment is carried, apologies.
Okay, what was the number on it? Do you remember?
It was 10-4,
okay.
5 against.
Okay, Maxine, thank you. Got your hand up.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could I just have governance read out those who were against the amendment?
Yes, if you give me one moment, I can work that out.
Could we have a show of hands of those who are against the amendment? Perhaps that make it easier. So there's self. Donnie, was your hand up or down? I'm not quite sure.
Councillor Donovan was for the amendment, from my
For the
understanding.
amendment, is that right, Mark?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So the amendment now becomes a substantive motion. Those in favour of the amendment, which is now the motion, please show your hands.
Motion is carried, noting Deputy
Sorry,
Mayor
I
Taylor.
apologise, Carmen. Through the chair, I want to apologise too. I think, if I can humbly suggest, I think there's a normal procedure, whereas one says all those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. You do the counting and the recording, and then the meeting protocol would be then ask, and Ewan has raised a very valid point, that you then ask those who are in opposition, those against, to raise their hands, then you make the declaration. If I can give that guidance.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So could we redo that?
I appreciate that. Okay, those against the amendment, please raise your hand.
No, motion.
The substantive motion, apologies.
All right. Okay. So those, oh, for goodness sakes, I'm really enjoying your help today. Right. So those in favour of the substantive motion, please raise your hands. Count them up, Carmen.
Yep.
Thank you. Those against the substantive motion, please raise your hands. That's what you're saying, Martin?
Yes.
Thank you.
The amendment as a substantive motion is carried, noting Deputy Mayor Taylor and Councillor Wilson are dissenting.
Okay. And I think Councillor O'Leary was dissenting as well. Is that right? No, you're for the motion. Got it. Right. I'll stop trying to do
For the
government's job.
substantive motion, yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay. All right. I appreciate your patience in that. Thank you, Martin, for your help. Really, thank you. Hence, right, we're going to move on to something even more simple now. We are going to move on to the deliberations report on the draft permanent public art policy and draft motion, just when you thought the fun was going to end. Welcome, Joanna. Thank you very much for all your work on this.
Hi.
Okay, so this is it's a reasonably complex beast, this one too. There's a staff recommendation, but the purpose of this is to inform the committee on feedback from public consultation and hearings. Now, I asked Councillor Wilson if he wanted to do a précis beforehand, which he you want to do one, Ewan, or you?
No, Chair Mark. Look, the process unfolded. The staff report reflects that.
Yep. Fantastic. That's awesome. Appreciate that. All right, Joanna, I'll leave this over to you to take us through the report, please.
Okay, tēnā koutou, everybody. You've just said what I was about to say, but this report really brings together that whole process that we've been through for quite some time. It's been a robust process, and the recommendations have been formed by listening to feedback from a very wide range of people, including the community members, Māngai, and the report reflects that. So we recommend that deliberations begin, and also that at the conclusion of deliberations that the members make sorry, I've lost my place, that one of the options is chosen whether we adopt the policies with the changes that staff have recommended, or whether we adopt those recommendations and include recommendations from the members in Māngai, or we do neither. So, yeah. So we can begin deliberations.
Okay.
So I probably made it more complicated.
That's the nature of art. Don't worry about it, Joanna. That's cool. So what we're doing here is making a recommendation to the council either way. Yep.
Well, yeah, once deliberations have concluded. So if we go through the report, it starts with, sorry, I'm just looking on, because of the technology I have, I'm just looking on my tiny little phone. So there's a background information about our process, and then the discussion about the requests from elected members. So we've provided some feedback here, and then and then we've made staff have made some recommendations in line with those, and with feedback from the community.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. So if you remember, team, The nub of this discussion was around two different entities. One is the Public Arts Panel, which will provide information before something comes to us with new art. And the other one was around more of an on-call public arts task force, which we bring in should there be significant controversy or significant concern about some of our existing art pieces. Would that sum it up, Joe? You're on mute again, sorry.
Yeah, so on page 17, there are, or it starts on page 16, but on 17, we have the staff responses to the questions from the hearing, at the conclusion of hearing. So yeah, those are the recommendations we've made. Either we've provided the advice and made the recommendations in line with what we've received.
Okay, cool. Right, questions of staff, please. Do we have any questions? Because failing which, I'm just going to move the staff motion. Councillor Robb.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I have got a couple of questions here. One is around in paragraph 16 on page 24, you talk about forming a panel where somebody or some group is potentially upset with either existing or potential area of artwork. I just wonder whether we should be extending that, because it seems to me when I read that, the only opportunity for an upset group would be iwi, and there may well be other groups in the community, religious or other ethnic groups, who might be upset by either a potential or existing piece of artwork. Or am I wrong here in suggesting the only group that is likely to be upset will be iwi?
So the intention of the policy is to respond to whoever is upset, although there's a threshold of that. And so the general manager would have discretion about how they, responded to that upset, but by no means it was limited to any group at all. Although, there's a reasonable and there's a common sense approach would take place. So, it couldn't be just someone that was a group of people that decided they were upset because they didn't like the colour of something or something like that.
Yeah, look, I understand that.
But by no means it was meant to be limited to.
Yeah, I'm thinking here perhaps of a good example might be the Jewish community. It may be a community who we may feel as a group, as a city, sensitive to their views on something. And I'm just wondering why paragraph 16 and paragraph 19, which deals with monuments on page 29, doesn't perhaps indicate that other groups might also be part of a panel if that became a particular issue. So is it too late to change the policy now, or is that just a little bit of tweaking that can be done?
That's a little bit of tweaking that could be done quite.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I've just got my tiny little. I'm reading my report on my tiny little phone, so it's quite difficult for me to.
Okay,
see.
I'm sorry about that.
No, not at all. But that's why it took me so long. But no, the intention is to be representative and sensitive to all the community. So yeah, we could tweak that quite easily. Yeah. Okay,
and my last question is really the same question I raised in the last matter, and that's the lack of financial information under paragraphs 28 and 29. And really all I want to do is perhaps again, and I've done this at this meeting and at earlier meetings, that I think we should have a bit more accountability in our reports to show what these studies actually cost, irrespective of the fact that they have already been approved in big multi-budgets when we do annual plans and long-term plans.
I might hand to Lance to that one, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's a good point, Rob, and thanks for that. what I'll do, I've just been thinking that through this morning, how we actually get another check on that section of the report. So what did it cost to do the work around the particular item? And then what might be the financial consequences of the recommendations that are in the report? I think that's probably the two substantive things you're looking for. And what do we have in our budget? So I've made a note of that. I'll talk the whole of SLT about that across all our committees, and just work with Becca and the team too, how we get better checks to make sure that that information's in there going forward. So apologies for that.
No, that's okay. And look, I'm happy to sit down with you and any others to see if we can get, what might be an acceptable note to make in these future reports. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd be keen on that too, Rob.
Yeah, that'd be great as Chair of Finance. Appreciate that.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Is that your last question? Yeah, great stuff. Councillor Ryan, please.
Thanks, Chair. Joanna, just on the public art panel, I guess in terms of reference, which is page 52, unless I'm missing it, is it silent on remuneration? I assume it's their voluntary roles?
The intention, in previous times, the role has been voluntary. So the last public art panel, there was there's some admin costs around it, but there's in the past it's been voluntary. So
I wonder if it's just mentioning that this role is voluntary, just so it's in the policy and it's not ambiguous.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's good feedback. Okay.
Is that the same for the task force terms of reference?
So the intention with the task force, I suppose, because it's would be one piece of work that was done and scoped by the general manager. So it's a really, the panel is an ongoing kind of thing that people would be involved with as part of their civic duty. And there's a civic duty element to the task force, but it would be much more reliant on an output, a piece of work, perhaps like the O'Malley report or something like that, it had a time frame and an end date. So it would be a different kind of, we'd have a different approach to it. So the task force would be a group of people that a tight time frame, and a group of people that would put together to deliver a report to council. So the intention was that they would be paid, but it would be depend on the scope of the work or what was being considered at the time.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Ryan. Councillor Sarah, g'day.
Thanks, Mark. Joanna, just a question around paragraph 16, where it talks about in the policy, and it talks about the panel, 17, the task force would report to the community committee for a decision about whether to permanently remove or relocate the item. Does that exclude the option of, say, something else, for example, mitigation of the upset as well? So I'm just wondering if that kind of still includes options beyond just removing and relocating.
No, I think that's a really good point. Since this was originally drafted up, we've had feedback. I mean, this was the consultation document, so we've had feedback around that, and I've done some more research about that. One of the things I think I sent elected members was a big piece of work that was done in the UK around it, and they did have, there's a whole range of ways that you can mitigate issues, and it's the general advice is that it's done on a case-by-case basis. So it wouldn't be necessarily that, but the task force that would be part of that scope. Again, would be, are you looking for something that it just depends on each thing on a case-by-case basis, basically. Yeah, but that's a really good point, and I think we could clarify that quite easily in the policy. Yeah.
So removal isn't the only answer. Is that what you're trying to get to, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a case-by-case basis. In some case, it may be decided, that it was so incredibly upsetting that relocation or removal was the best thing. But maybe in some cases it was that actually providing more context or other something else alongside of it, or whatever it might be. I'm not an expert on this, and that's where it would come to the task force. But I just thought maybe if we make sure the options are open that could be better, but
Yeah, that's noted.
subject to the majority.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's really good feedback. So yeah.
Good. Thank you, Sarah. I have one question, if you don't mind, Joe, on page 27. It's just a minor one. It's about the draft Hamilton City Council Monuments and Memorial Policy. It says it excludes the museum, which I understand, but it also excludes the gardens as well. Is there a reason for that?
Because there's occasionally we have monument seats and things like that. So, or things inside that could be. I guess there's a lot of monuments. There's a lot of monuments in the city that aren't included into this, and generally our policies around this public art have excluded places like H3, although there is a piece of public art in H3, but inside it. So it means that if we set up in a memorial garden or something like that, that would be excluded. But and there's also the cemetery isn't actually part of the Hamilton Gardens, but there is the cemetery there as well. So it was.
I understand the cemetery and the sensitivities around that, and I get the museum because I guess the temporary nature of it. But the Hamilton Gardens, is the site of the dreaded little bull, and someone can put a pretty heavy lead statue in there and could sneak through this loophole, couldn't they?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a fair point. And there is the other piece of work which just escapes me right now, but the sky cloak, I think, the Takanawa. Yeah, that's another one of our really significant pieces of work. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know how the rest of the group feels, but I wouldn't mind getting the gardens taken out of that little list of exemptions.
Can I just say a word of caution? It's around the enclosed area of the Hamilton Gardens, rather than the public park bit. I think there's enough checks and balances when we're designing the gardens there around that.
I'm not sure I share your point of view on that one, Lance, but happy to bend on it at the moment, but I just think we might be getting ourselves into a bit of trouble. The last thing we want is people storming down to, the Parapara Gardens or somewhere else where we've got it through under the skies. So especially if this is going to be, the jewel in our crown. But can I mull over that a little bit more and come back to you on it, if that's all right? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, so just to clarify, what you're saying is, Lance, is the public section of the gardens that comes under the due process that we have, and you're saying that the themed gardens are separately, because that's exactly what they are, themed gardens. Once you approve a themed garden, then presumably the detail then comes down to the designers of that garden?
Correct. And generally the artworks that are put in the courtyards in between the gardens are generally as part of the theme. Like there's the little Mad Hatters one where you head out of the piazza and across the tropical garden. There's ones like that. So they're seen as part of the artwork of the gardens and designed through the guidance from the master plan and the management plan.
Whereas, for example, the location of the Little Bull, that would just be under the same criteria as any artwork in a public park as such.
Correct.
Hopefully, yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. And just if I just want to zero back, if I could. I think Rob raises a very valid point around the balance of artistic integrity, freedom versus sensitivity, and a particular piece of work or monument that may cause deep hurt to a particular community. Do you think our current policy, I think, does that cover that nuance reasonably well?
I think there's we could improve our consultation that is undertaken. So in the past, we have the only consultation that we need to take place, the council needs to take place, is with TNAFA, but actually we leave it up to the donors to do the consultation. And I think there could be more guidance around that. And I mean, we are coming into, we're in uncharted territory in lots of ways. So even from when I started here 4 years ago, things have changed, attitudes have changed towards art. So yeah, I think that more guidance around that would be useful. And actually we need it's useful for staff and elected members and Māngai to get a better understanding about what consultation has taken place. And there are steps that we can do that, under the new policies. So
and just forgive me, just so high level, broadly speaking, just give me an idea of new artwork of a significant nature that still it comes before the relevant. Ultimately, there's a tick off through the relevant committee of council once it's gone through the processes. Joanna.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Well, it's just the tick off. Like we might have tongue of the dog, for example, where ultimately something of significance came, went through all the processes, right? Yeah. Okay, but ultimately the final check and balance was a relevant committee of council based on objective criteria, and I just want to get the balance between a final check and balance, democratic input, versus integrity.
Great question.
Artistic independence and integrity.
Yeah, I guess I don't see one precluding the other. I don't see there being a limit on artistic freedom or expression unless there was something quite and I've sort of discussed this before, but not just offensive, but actually harmful in what was being proposed. And there's going to be a certain level of subjectivity around that. Yeah. But I guess that's why we want a more robust process. And I mean, there's some things that we have, for example, a really good example is 20 years ago, it was perfectly acceptable for Pākehā to make art with Māori motifs and sell that, or but now we've been told by our mana whenua partners that is not acceptable because that's cultural, that's taken away from their culture. So that's a really recent change, but that things are changing all the time, but and we need to keep on top of that. But unless something is sort of harmful rather than something a bit out there or something like that or new, I don't see how they would cause a problem. Yeah.
All righty. Okay.
And Tongue of the Dog, Tongue of the Dog is a really good example of one that was taken through a really good, culturally works really well. It's really interesting. There's lots of artistic kind of freedom through it, and it is sensitive to Māori. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. All right. Well, Lance, I'll take your word on the the checks and balances on the enclosed gardens, but with those tweaks with regards to the finances and Sarah, have you got another question or is that an old hand?
Oh no, just thanks, mate. I was just confirming if we were to add in the ability, to make sure it's just clear the task force can not only make recommendations around remove or relocate, but also mitigation. Do we need to have that in the motion, or is that just a clarification?
I'm comfortable with being a clarification.
Yeah. Okay. Just confirming.
If you're cool with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's on. I think it's maybe it was kind of more of a something that was left out rather than a substantive change. Yeah. Yeah,
and we're getting quite a few of the tweaks, so we're leaning on you a lot here, Joe. But I'll signal that I'm going to move it, and Māngai Te Pōra is going to second the staff recommendation, assuming those tweaks are in there. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mark. Look, I was just wondering if you'd be comfortable in separating out the public art policy and the task force component, because I can't support the current motion with the task force, but I'm comfortable with the permanent public art policy.
I'd have to confer with Te Pōra on that one, and who I look like she's. Oh no, I thought you were frozen up there. I'm pretty relaxed if we we split those two off. That's absolutely fine by me. So you're signifying that you would support the panel but not the task force, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Look,
I'm relaxed. I mean, I could just vote against the whole thing.
Look, I'm interested in everyone getting a fair crack at it. I'm confident if we split it, I think it'll still end up the same way, but makes no difference to me if it does to you, Mango Te Pora.
I wondered then if is that an amendment if we're splitting it up, and then
well, what Ewan's trying to do is
no, look, I'm relaxed. We'll leave it as it is. I'll just vote against it. It was just a thought.
Yeah,
no problem.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, in that case, we'll leave it as this, but thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so it's moved and seconded. We'll move into debate. I'm not actually going to debate it other than to thank Joe for your work on this. I think it's I'm hoping that the panel does its job so well that we don't need the task force in the future. It's as simple as that, but it's nice to know it's there. We are pretty dependent on some tweaks going in there, but with that in mind, I'm happy to move it. Te Pora, would you like to speak?
Just the same as you, Chair Mark. I just wanted to really acknowledge Joanna and the mahi that has gone into this has required a lot of tenacity, and also acknowledge Lance's leadership in coming behind you, Joanna, and pulling this all together. It was such a hefty thing to begin with, and despite the tweaks and whatnot that need to go on there, be proud of what you've brought to the table.
Great. Kia ora. Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Look, I can't support the motion and will be voting against it. I would have liked to have been able to support the panel, because I think historically they've done a great job. Where I strongly disagree is on the implementation of the task force. I think this is political correctness gone mad, and I think we're making a huge rod for our back, and this council will be in a constant state of responding to people's perception of what is harmful and significantly publicly upsetting. We'll have litigations and iterations of the Captain Hamilton aspect again and again and again. And I think this is again an example of us being politically correct, us trying to please one segment of the community at the cost of the broader New Zealand community. So can't support it.
Thank you, Ewan. Let me see here. Okay, no more speakers. My right of reply, quite simply, no, I don't. I've got Jeff first. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Sorry to be late.
Could you wait any longer?
Yeah, I cut it fine. I similarly, I won't speak at length. I don't support the formation of a task force. Philosophically, I just don't agree with it. I think we're just promoting the grievance industry. We're just feeding the beast here, and I think the last thing the community or city needs is a grievance task force adjudicating on pieces of public art that supposedly cause offence to someone. I think this is out of sync with the actual need. It's totally sledgehammer to crack a nut, PC nonsense. We're going to encouraging a silly process where we're encouraging the community to second guess things. Every time some woke member of the community gets upset and just takes offence, this task force is going to spring into action. And public art is supposed to challenge. We are supposed to be open-minded, and I don't think the task force approach is good for the community at all.
Thank you, Jeff. And Mayor Paula.
Thank you, Chair Bunting. I wasn't going to say anything on this because, there again, as with the previous policy, I don't love every last element of it, but I do want to thank staff for the good work they've done. I think the mark of a good policy is when it prevents things happening that shouldn't happen and provides really good, clear guidance so that errors and misjudgments don't occur into the future. And that's what I was really hoping from this piece of work. I'm not going to vote against it, but I'm not 100% enamoured of the task force, although I think the public arts panel is good. I'm not, so there again, that's the devil in the detail. Who's on it? How does it work? How does it have some checks and balances in it for the reasons that other people have raised? But clearly, public art in public places is a critical issue for the community. It's one we've got to get right. We've got to get this right piece of art in the right space without getting into the debate about what art is and what beauty is in the eye of the beholder and so on. So yeah, look, I think it's a good step forward, but I do share some of the concerns about the task force group. Everything else looks to be an improvement in my view and quite consistent. I see Angela's got her hand up, and I am interested in, we'll be listening to Angela's debate because I know she's had a very long history in this exact topic of public arts. And I'm interested in her perception on what works and what hasn't. And so I'll be keeping an open mind until after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. It's begun. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I have some, I guess, art should challenge, and it is critical that there is that freedom to challenge people, and sometimes art will be ahead of society and won't always gel with society's norms of the time. And so the bar does need to be high for us to be, looking at particularly relocating or removing artwork or statues. But where it has met that bar and it is causing significant upset, I think it's important that we actually just have a clear process. It's better to have a process in place that can be followed and that's relatively robust with the right people providing advice, rather than just having nothing there at all, which is what has kind of brought us to this place today. So I will support the policy as a whole, as it has been recommended by staff with those tweaks, because also I do think we shouldn't be predetermining the outcomes of any recommendations from any task force. It could include removal or relocation, but it could also include mitigation of some kind, so that we're actually providing a full context of, say, the artwork or the statue or memorial. So keeping that open is really important.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Angela.
Thank you. Just to get everything aligned. Look, this is part of, I guess, politics that frustrates me at times. We had a public art panel some years ago, and politically or political whim decided to change yet again way back then our policy. A policy and a panel that was delivering fantastic public art for the city, and specifically the projects that Mesh have delivered was because of that public art plan and that public art policy. We now don't have a public art plan, but I believe we've got working on a new strategy, and yet again we're putting in a new policy to put the panel back in. So it's part of local government and politics that frustrates me. I think of all those years that we've probably wasted in delivering more projects for the city. I agree with previous speakers, or some of the previous speakers. I don't think a task force is the right way to go. We only have to look in the recent past with Captain Hamilton, who, many members of the public said that created and caused offence to them, and it's been locked away in a bunker. And but there are equally as many people who it didn't cause offence. So who are we as politicians to determine what is offensive and what isn't? And this can of worms that the task force is going to put us in that position. We are going to be determining what is offensive and what isn't. And public art by its very nature is subjective. And I've said this many times before when we've had this conversation, Little Bull was offensive to some people. The Farming Family was offensive to some people, but we haven't removed Little Bull and we haven't removed Farming Family. So I worry about that. I know that this goes to as a recommendation to council, so maybe it might, as that recommendation might be an opportunity to have another think over the next couple of weeks around the task force, because I just think it's a very bad decision, and will put elected members as non-experts of art, it's subjective to us as well, in the firing line. Thank you. Oh,
Thanks,
but I won't be similar to the mayor. I won't be voting against, but I am uncomfortable with the task force. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you for your position. Appreciate that. Let me see who we've got next. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Bunty. Ditto to what Angela said. That was pretty much everything I was going to say. I support Jeff and Ewan on their comments though as well. So I'll be voting alongside their suggested intentions.
Thanks, Donny. Councillor Dave.
Thanks, Chair Bunty. Look, there may be elements of the process that are not quite there, but for me, I wasn't going to speak until I actually heard Sarah speak, and the question is probably when you start using the process, but at some stage you have to have a process for sorting out a problem like this that you might get into, and we would be the first to be criticised if the proverbial hits the fan over some piece of art and we don't have a way of handling that. This is an attempt to do so. I agree with one of Angela's points that maybe at the council we might refine that a bit more, but if we have nothing there, we're going to eventually end up in a power of it, and be better to have set up a process that attempts to help in that area, even if perhaps it's a little ham-fisted. To have nothing there is to invite future problems with no clear way of solving them.
Right. Thanks, Councillor Dave. Councillor Martin. Could you unmute yourself, please?
I respect, and note the points that Councillor Wilson has made, and also listen very closely to Angela. With respect, I wouldn't be as strident as the Deputy Mayor. I think our staff have done their best, and I think we should be certainly respecting the work they've done to bring this report to Council. I think we do have 2 or 3 weeks until full Council, but I think Dave is totally right. There has to be some kind of mechanism, some kind of safety point in there. And can I give you, and I realise this was in a gallery in Te Papa many years ago. I vividly recall the controversy around the Virgin Mary and the condom, and obviously that particular work caused huge hurt and offence to a significant section of our community. And I realise there's always going to be a balance between artwork being controversial and being appropriately sensitive. And if you're going to talk about hurt and humiliation, then of course that has to be consistent across the community. The other thing I'd say that possibly we wouldn't be having this debate, but for the incredible contributions that Mesh and Toti have made to our city, and what a difference they, for example, have made in terms of the works that they have put up around the city, both memorial artworks and creative artworks, and a big shout out for them. But look, Mr. Chair, very open to any fine tunings between now and full council. This is but a recommendation to the full council, but I am inclined to agree with Councillor Dave that you still need a process there that acts as something of as a safety valve.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Yeah, look, I'll sum it up. Thank you for that. And gosh darn, it would have been easy to take it in parts, but I think we will take it through to, I'm going to support it going through to council in its current stance. So, I hear your points, Jeff, Ewan, Donny, totally agree with you. And I certainly hope you're wrong, because I think if all goes well and the panel does its job well, we won't actually need it. Regarding it being political, if we don't have the task force, as I see it, we will still be making those decisions with regards to Captain Hamilton, with regards to anything controversial, but without the assistance of that task force, whose real sole job is to give us recommendations based on well sought out information. Now, we are busy politicians. We've got many things to think about, and I tend to think, I'm taking this for what it's worth, a positive initiative, that that it's there to provide information to aid with our decision, which doesn't change either way. So let's have some more discussion between now. I mean, just informal discussion, if you like, between now and the council meeting. But I'm quite happy for this to go through in its present form. And Ewan and Jeff, I sympathise with you. I seriously hope you're wrong. So we shall put this to the vote. So the staff recommendation.
Just checking a question of process, if I may. So this is the full recommendation.
This is the full recommendation. Yeah, I haven't put.
Notwithstanding some people have talked about, refinements to the task force, etc. It is the whole suite at this point in time, isn't it?
It's the whole suite at this point in time, but the option remains at the council meeting to bust it down.
I just wanted that to be clear to,
Thank you,
everyone, including any viewers that might be watching.
Yep, points made. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we're going to do this by digitally, because last time there were sort of hands that were half up and hands that were half down. So can we have in your reaction screen those in favour, put the green tick up, please. And those against go with the cross. You want to call it, Carmen? You're on mute.
Yep. So the motion is carried, noting Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Donovan dissenting.
Is Councillor O'Leary out of the meeting?
Please accept my hospital pass with the intent that was thrown at you. Great. All right. Listen, it's 25-1. We've got quite a chunky one coming up next, and that's the Rotatuna village design. So I don't think we'd be finished that in good time to have a comfortable lunch. So we will take a break now until 1:20. Does that give us 45 minutes, staff? Yep. Okay. So yeah, 1:20. We'll resume. Thank you. Back live. Is anyone else here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, Donny. Hi, Max.
I'm here too. Just
Hey.
finishing my sandwich.
Lance, I was trying to ring you before. Did you not get the call?
No, I was sitting in the back of our house and the cell coverage isn't great here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, the first time I did say this person cannot take your call or something.
Okay, didn't even come up on my phone, funnily enough. But
Yeah, crikey, I might have rung someone else called Lance.
3 cases today, eh?
In Waikato?
Yeah, all linked to same household.
Okay, I don't know if that's good or bad.
I think it's good.
Tomorrow's going to be a crucial day, isn't it?
I think we'll be 2 by Friday.
Well, yes, fingers crossed, eh?
Yep. I can go and clean my office out.
I've already moved in, Lance. Don't worry about it.
You and Helen.
Yeah, we've turned it into a creche.
And I'm locating that starry-eyed horse, which will be the first ornament in your new office.
Starry-eyed horse. Which one's that?
The starry-eyed horse on the ninth floor that governance keep trying to put in Richard's office, and he keeps moving it out, and then we put it back somewhere else, and then he puts it out. And Lance, I think you should just give up and have it in. It's beautiful. Put it in your office. It's gorgeous.
Can we use it as a piñata in Garden Place and get some kids to hit it with a stick?
I think Carmen would agree that it might do some serious damage if you did that.
I'm going to talk nicely to Helen and see if we can put a couple of basketball hoops at each end of your old office.
I'll go and do it.
Yeah. Great. How's our quorum looking? We got Ryan, Max, Paula. We're over quorum?
Yes,
Okay,
we
look,
do have 8.
Thank you. All right, we'll crack back into it. We've got plenty of work to do yet. So thank you for coming back. We'll reopen the meeting. Thank you for your good nature and your good debate up till now. So let's continue on. We're on to the Rotatuna Village Design. So we're looking for approval from this committee in accordance with the 24th of August Finance Committee resolution. So Natasha, I'm going to leave this open to you to introduce this, please.
Thank you very much. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora.
Ko Natasha Ryan aho. Apologies are provided from Chris Barton and the project planner Grant Eccles, both of whom have prior commitments. Instead, with us today is Lance Haycock, who can respond to questions regarding the overall program, and Grant Kettle from the planning guidance, and Gillian Cockerell also here for planning related questions should they come up. So this report responds to a Finance Committee resolution which delegated authority to award a physical works contract for the Rotatuna Village Public Realm. That that resolution was subject to the Community Committee approval of the Rotatuna Village Design. The discussion at the Finance Committee was primarily around the quantity and the visibility of car parks. So that's been the focus of what we're addressing largely here. The current village design is based on a design that was approved by the Community Services and Environment Committee in May 2019. But you'll see in the report on page 95 that there are some amendments. These are on paragraph 17 of I point out that Council's not responsible for constructing everything shown on that drawing, and also within Area A there are some sections that are not shown. So notably the car parks that are surrounded by buildings on all 3 sides, which are shown in white, are Kirkdale or the developers' car parks. And off the drawing notably is the Countdown car park, which is all part of this wider area for discussion. But the focus of what we have is what's shown on that drawing there, which is the elements that Council has responsibility for. With respect to the car parks, the resource consent effectively sets a maximum number of car parks, but it requires that prior to every stage of development, that the occupancy of the existing car parks is surveyed to provide an up-to-date estimate of the number required to serve the next stage of development, because what's unique here is that we have a number of multiple purposes that people may be taking one trip to go and do. So it's a little bit more challenging to interpret the number of car parks. The report recommends an option which stages car park construction so that the minimum number of car parks is provided in the short term. Members should appreciate that more car parks will likely be required in the future, and the timing will be determined by the developer. So with this option, the cost is impacted primarily by escalation, potentially stormwater infrastructure inefficiencies. But the main thing here is that the timing of when those car parks are required is determined by the developer's activities. In addition, the recommendation also adds increased planting between the car parks and the road to minimise the visual impact. And that's the summary that I have prepared for you.
Thank you, Natasha. I appreciate that. Okay, we've got some hands up already. Councillor Ewan, I believe. Is that your silhouette there? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Mark. Thanks for the report, staff. Look, can I just get a better understanding as to the cost benefit if we did the entire car park from day one? And so that's the first question. The second question is, in terms of the resource consent and our current district plan, could you just walk through again with me what's actually required under our district plan, and why is it that staff are suggesting a lesser amount?
Okay, I'll respond to the first component first, which relates to the cost benefit. Sorry, that relates to the cost benefit if everything is constructed from day one?
Yes. So we clearly know the scale of the ultimate development. We'll have an obligation under our resource consent application and the conditions that have been specified. And so we would have landed on a number of car parks. And I'm trying to understand what the cost of that would be versus the suggested incremental phasing that you're suggesting.
Okay, so the challenge here is that the actual total number of car parks that would be required isn't predetermined. So as the development continues to be staged, before each section of development, there's another survey being done. And if it looks like there's quite a few car parks that are not being used for existing uses, some of those can be repurposed to be able to be used for this, because the parking is shared across the whole of Area A. And so what that's trying to do is make efficiencies in terms of how many car parks required if people take a journey for more than one purpose. So the cost benefit has not been undertaken, because until those later surveys are done, we don't actually know how many will be required at that point.
All right, thank you. I do need the answer to my other question, but yes. I guess as a subsequent question to your response, could you give me an example of where this sort of incremental phasing and non-predetermined number of car parks has been used in other consent processes? Because I'm a little I'm fascinated by this vehicle that we've created, and could you just expand on that for me? Could you give me, are we using this in any other setting?
So I'm going to hand that over to the planning team, because that is not a Rototuna Village related question. Gillian, thank you.
Maybe I'll start, Gillian, and then you come in with any more technical in relation to this particular consent. So in answer to the first question, so in terms of there is a maximum number of car parks that are stipulated as per the consent based on stages. As Natasha has quite rightly pointed out, there is a condition that provides a level of flexibility for this development that allows the supply and demand to be calculated based on the stages, And the intent of that particular flexibility was requested by the applicant, but also it's a response to just making sure that we have the right number of car parks for this particular development, but also in terms of what's coming at us in terms of the MPSUD, in terms of removal of car parking requirements, and back into February of next year as well. So there's flexibility built into this particular consent, noting that it is a comprehensive development as well. The specificity or the specific designs of this is not yet known as well in terms of the mix as well, so that makes it a little bit more problematic in terms of actually getting an exact number. But there is an exact number hardwired into each of the particular stages, and the applicant can deliver those car parking based on those stages or those numbers that are in the consent, but they also have this increased flexibility to allow them to go under those where the evidence or information provided suggests that they're able to do so based on the demand.
Thanks, Grant. So could you actually specify what those numbers are for each of the phases? And could you let me know where else are we using this? Is there another example where we've, in a condition, provided this level of flexibility?
Yeah, good question. So in terms of the first point, I don't have those figures to hand in front of me at this moment, but I can certainly provide them. So I think, Gillian, you might be able to shed some light on that, but I think there's overall in terms of development, and again, Natasha, you might be able to shed some light here as well, there's about somewhere in the vicinity of 600 car parks in total, and they will be broken down by stages. So I think hopefully that answers the first point. The second point is no, we haven't provided this level of flexibility to other consents or applications as I understand it, or certainly in my time we haven't. Again, this is around trying to provide that flexibility for the developer, or the developers in this case, based on the final mix of activities for the development.
Page 106, Ewan, for the numbers.
Sorry.
No, I didn't get Lance's comment.
Oh, sorry. Page 106. I think there's a table on there, Natasha, if I'm correct.
Correct, Lance.
Okay. So, Grant, thank you. So why have council permitted such a flexible condition, and is that now a new precedent that any developer could use?
No, I don't think it's necessarily a new precedent. Again, this is a request I understand from the applicant in terms of increased flexibility because of the type of nature of this application. There's a comprehensive development plan for a particular area. Again, as Natasha said, in terms of the ultimate use or mix of developments hasn't yet been landed on, therefore there is some flex that is required. We also consider this to be an appropriate response, having a look in terms of what's coming at us in less than a few months' time in terms of the MPSUD, in terms of removal of car parking requirements. It's a bit of a nod to that in terms of that direction as well. But certainly, again, the developer was, as I understand, the applicant was very keen to provide that level of flexibility. So you're not providing necessarily more car parks than is required in regards to the demand and the evidence.
Thank you. And I guess I'm just waiting for the last cost and the difference between knowing the total requirement in theory is if all the phases unfold, a cost analysis between if we did it all at once versus this phased strategy.
So just going back to that, there's two primary components to that. One is how many car parks will be required. So if we were to build the exact same number as what's proposed, then the only difference would be when are we building it, and what escalation has occurred in the interim for that period. So at the moment, I'm not predicting what escalation's doing with where the market is at the moment. So I'm sorry, there's not a good answer for you in terms of exact figures.
No, particularly when in your report you talk about potential price escalation with stormwaters as one of the threats. But have I understood you correctly saying, although that's an acknowledgement, you have no idea? Because if you did, you would tell us.
Absolutely. So we will do our best in terms of the stormwater to make sure it's future-proof if that's the option that we go with, that we are therefore building in locations where there's not an unnecessary cost related to the stormwater extending it. But the design of that, given the timing of the report and where we're at in terms of working that through, has yet to be resolved.
Okay, so sorry, Mr. Chair, this is such an important issue because what I'm not getting is some critical data. Correct me if I'm wrong, either Lance or yourself cannot tell me what it would cost currently if we went ahead and did the 600 car parks that ultimately would be required if each of the phases went ahead. And so you can't tell me what that is, or can you?
Just to be clear, Council's not constructing all 611 car parks, so those are being delivered by various parties. We do have a cost based on the council components of, so if we were to construct it all at this point in time, what the car parks will cost that council are constructing. But if you were to ask me, if we build some at a later stage, how much, what's the difference? I cannot tell you that because I don't know enough information.
Last question, if I could, through to Grant. Grant, could you just remind me who the applicant is and whether or not during the planning consultation phase, whether council or politicians were involved at any part of the framing of council's resource consent?
So in terms of the first part of that question, I understand the applicants to be Hamilton City Council and Kirkdale, who are the applicants. In terms of the second part, in terms of the consent itself, I understand that there was a number of conversations and obviously development with Hamilton City through Natasha's team in the development of the application that was processed by PGU on the basis of the information provided and the evidence. Yes. But I don't believe that we didn't, and I understand, and Gillian may be correct me if I'm wrong here, but we didn't have any particular, there wasn't any council meetings that this particular application was taken to from a PGU decision-making perspective.
So what you're saying, Grant, is a proper natural justice process. You're saying that council, albeit council is the applicant, and in theory there is another component of council acting in its statutory capacity that is interpreting the requirements under the district plan.
Correct.
That
in the same way that
that council was not given any advantage in the process.
Not at all. Not at all. And in fact, we are very clear in terms of how we want to make sure that there is no advantage given to Hamilton City as the applicant. It was processed by an external planning consultant for that reason. They made recommendations based on the application and the conditions, based on the evidence and the information provided by the applicant and our own assessments of that information.
And final question, and there was no change from the independent commissioner who heard the evidence in terms of their recommendation to what the staff's report is landed on.
So just to clarify, this application was processed on a non-notified basis. So what I was referring to is that the 42A report, or the planner who was involved was an independent planner. So we didn't process this consent internally. So no Hamilton City Council staff member processed it. It was done externally by an independent planning consultant, Mr. Ian Johnson. He was acting independently. He was the one that processed it and formed the 42A report.
And just for clarity, Grant, thank you for that explanation. And each and every one of his recommended conditions, as articulated in the Section 42A report, is in fact in front of us today as part of the staff's recommendation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so effectively the consent was granted in December, which was based on Ian Johnson's recommendations. That was subsequently objected to by the applicant, Hamilton City Council, and there was some minor changes made to the conditions, mostly around just clarifying some of the conditions and just being a little bit clearer around some of that. That went through an objection process, but certainly as recommended by Mr. Ian Johnson, the consent was granted.
Okay.
Based on the recommendation.
All right. Thanks, Ewan. We'll race around the room, see some more questions, to see if you want to come back to that a bit later. But Councillor Dave. You're on mute there, Dave, but I think by the look on your face, it's probably good.
I don't know about racing around the room, but following Councillor Mason's questions, I have a few I'd like to ask. You mentioned, I think, Grant, it was you, that there was some mind you were having towards the future rules that might be coming in or would be coming in under the NPSUD. Could you explain that a bit more? Not talking about exact numbers. What's the direction of travel there?
So what I was referring to, Mr. McPherson, is just around the NPSUD in terms of the changes there, in terms of removal of car parking in February of next year. Ultimately, what this consent is really doing, though, is just providing that flexibility through one of the conditions, Condition 31, that the applicant was seeking in terms of this particular activity. But from the NPSUD perspective, car parking will be removed back in February. That will need to be replaced by a particular policy response, which the policy team are working on at this particular moment. But again, we are aware of what's coming in terms of national direction. Some flexibility was provided to the applicant in that regard.
So that's about February next year. That starts to kick in, you're saying?
It kicks in February of next year, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And maybe a question to someone else, Natasha, perhaps. By February of next year, what proportion of Rotatuna Village Commercial Centre would have been built, would you say? Right, go ballpark.
Well, no more than what is there at the moment, which is the countdown and the existing mixed use retail and office that's present. We won't have.
So what's that, about quarter? Third?
Yeah, around about a quarter. Let's go for a quarter, maybe a third.
Yep, thanks. This, I'm not sure whether Lance or yourself, Lance Haycock or yourself might have this, the approximate cost of constructing each of council's car parks in that per car park. I know I've seen these figures for the city in the past, but I don't know whether we've done them like that out there. I'm just trying to work out what the opportunity cost is, which goes to Councillor Ewan's question.
So good evening, afternoon, councillors. So the library car park, we've got an indicative cost through the estimates of 200,000. The Western car park.
How many parks does that deliver, Lance? How many parks?
11.
I'm
11. Yeah.
Per park.
Oh, per park. Oh, sorry, I haven't broken that down. I can.
Just under 20,000. That's what I'm after, is a per car park rougher of costs.
Right. I can just go offline and do some quick calculations for you.
be handy, but for the library bit, 11 car parks for 200 grand. Natasha.
Dave, you're frozen up on us.
Looking at the map on page, can you hear me, Bunty?
Just got you now, thanks. Yep. Lost you again. Unless you're pausing for effect.
Yeah, it'll be a disaster if you couldn't hear me, mate.
Oh,
no.
Total disaster.
Yeah. Just a word on what's outside the map in paragraph 16 in terms of residential areas. I'm trying to get a picture on the, we have, let's say, the Dinsdale shopping centre. We know there's a whole lot of sections with houses on, pretty traditional around that. And if you're not in the closest street or two, you probably need to drive to Dinsdale shopping centre, do your shopping. I'm wanting to know how many with the high density immediately to the northwest and places like Somerset to the northeast of that and other residential areas, how many people, once it's all filled up, roughly are going to be within walking distance of Rotorua Village? Has there been work done on that?
No, I don't have those figures. The numbers have changed from what was calculated early days, because obviously there's higher density at Somerset than what was anticipated. So that's not been updated.
And Kimpton's development immediately to the northwest of Korikori Park is also in part high density, isn't it?
So you're talking on the other side of Bournebrook, are you?
Yeah, the northwest.
Yes, that's right, that is.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say that more than any other shopping centre in Hamilton, except perhaps for the CBD, there's a higher proportion of high density living?
In
the walking distance?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the various locations to answer that. But the intention is that this serves the local community.
Yep. Okay. Well, having seen all of those plans, I'll answer it. There is, yeah, but it's important when we look at car parks and shopping centres like this that we look at the context. That's been one of the problems with the current district plan. So I'm only seeing the narrow area here. I would like to see the context of the area, because Ewan's question about car parks is important if you have to drive to the shopping centre, but perhaps less important if you don't have to drive. That's where I'm coming from. Yeah, that'll do for now until Lance gives us some updated figures.
Thanks, Dave. Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the questions thus far. Just a question on the pool car parks. And I note there's 63 that are currently consented. Is that a responsibility of the pool partners, or is that a council responsibility to fund those?
In the negotiations, that's sitting with council at this stage.
Was it clear in the negotiations? Because I don't remember seeing that cost.
It's certainly something that, yeah, I think the parties involved are clear for that.
Okay, so that's potentially, if we take the $20,000 per car park, that's a potential cost, if it is ever limited to the 60 odd car parks, of about 1.3 million. If it goes up to the 160, that is on, I think it's page 107, I've lost the page now. That could be about $4 or $5 million. Is that,
so
this is kind of leading to my next question. Is the motion kind of, or the staff recommendation and the motion that it may become, kind of leading us to the fact that we might be looking at some additional costs, and you're priming us up ready for those costs to be included in next year's annual plan?
No, the answer to that is no. So the figures that you see in paragraph 6.2 of that attachment.
Yeah, let me go back to it.
Yeah, and that table.
Yeah, that's page 107. There it is.
Yeah.
Yep, got it.
So the very
It's
right.
106.
Yeah, the very right-hand column that says consented in Area A,
Yep.
that is the maximum that the consent will require us to provide.
Okay.
So
okay.
that what this table is trying to demonstrate is that the district plan, if it's read as it stands, would have required a greater number of car parks. But because in this case we're doing a number of different activities and we've got a number of things occurring in the same location for the town centre, there's a lower number of car parks required.
Okay. So, and obviously there's spillover between different activities at different times of the day. Is that what the district plan partially relies upon too, or the consent does?
That's what the consent relies on, yes. So at this, so there's no intent, so it is intended that the use of car parks in one area, people can use car parks in any area in Area A.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Okay. So why in D, which I know is limited to this is 2D, this is limited to the passenger transport facilities. Why are we sort of and when I try and I'm coming back to the cost now, when I try and link it back to your comments in paragraph 5, which were a little bit paragraph 5, which deals with the difference between the cost not being significant, and then across to paragraph 26, which is on page 97, says the difference in the cost between A and B cannot be currently quantified. I'm just have a little bit of a concern here that there is a perhaps an increase in cost that that we perhaps should know a little bit more about now in terms of approving this, in terms of considering and potentially approving the staff recommendation. So get me out of that space if you can, Natasha. I'm second guessing on some things, but
yeah, no, you made your point. Yep.
No, I think it's a good point, a good question. I guess that the comments in here are on the assumption that things progress in a reasonably timely manner and that escalation does not get stupid. And so the discussion from the project team were that there was a sense that it could be managed within the existing budgets that we've got in that case for this option. But yes, there is a degree of speculation on that, and it will depend on when those subsequent car parks are required and what has happened in the market in the intervening period.
Okay. I'm still a little bit. I've still got a query around it, but I see there are other questions waiting, so I'll defer and come back if I need to, Mark.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's becoming a recurring question. I'll go. Dave, was your hand up still from your last one? Okay, I'll go to you and then thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, my question is in regard to the MPS UD, and I guess it's to Grant, just for further explanation. Currently, if are you saying that under MPS UD, a decision now can be made on the basis of the MPS UD implementation in February?
Hello.
Have I lost him?
He's gone.
Sorry.
There we go.
Legally at the moment, we're obviously required to interpret and to assess an application under the current statute, the RMA as it currently stands.
Thank you.
My comment was, again, it probably relates more to this particular application, as Natasha's pointed out, in terms of the mix of developments, the staged nature of this, and that condition that we've got in there, which was sought by the applicant to provide that level of flexibility, and that's what's provided for by this particular consent. What we could say from a more strategic perspective in terms of PGU is that, yes, we do have an eye to what's coming at us in respect to policy changes and the MPSUD from central government, in terms of how we might be interpreting car parking and other consented applications. For example, where we are getting better overall outcomes, we might be having a little bit more flex around some car parking requirements where we're getting better overall outcomes. But in answer to your question specifically, we're required to interpret and to apply the Act as it stands today.
Right, thank you, Grant. And in light of that, in theory, under our own district plan, this application, we should have required 967 car parks.
That's based on the particular GFA that's required. And that's the point I think that Natasha's probably making around this, and would have been borne out in the application. I don't have the technical detail in terms of the car parking, the transportation effects in front of me, nor did I process this, but that would have been based on a GFA figure, of which, of course, the mix of activities in this particular development are likely to change or are not set in stone at this point. So that made it very difficult to actually just apply that on that basis.
Right, and I guess that's why you're suggesting why you've, through a condition, have sort of landed on 611.
Yeah, and that would have been based on a fair bit, a lot of integrated traffic assessments. There have been a lot of assessments done by our internal consultants assessing that information. Gray Matter, who would have done that work for us, and they would have been comfortable with that number. The flexibility in terms of that condition 31 would then have an also acknowledgement that, again, this is a unique development. The mix of activities isn't set in stone, and therefore there needs to be a level of flexibility, and that's what that other condition does, to provide for that flexibility.
Right, Grant, final question. Do you see a scenario where, because of the incremental process of this particular development, that post-February next year in the implementation of the MPSUD, that council in its capacity as the applicant may then choose to make an amendment, an application to amend the conditions that would then remove the 611 to a lower amount in light of the then operative MPSUD?
So that option's available to council as the applicant come February of next year. That's correct. Equally, the condition that's in the consent at the moment, condition 21, is akin to effectively a change of conditions requirement at the moment. So that the process in terms of the information requirements, in terms of a change of conditions or satisfying this flexibility condition, would be very similar.
So let's just expand on that, just because I'm a little unclear. What you're saying, in fact, is this condition enabling of the fact that you wouldn't need a variation to consent? You could simply interpret the now operative MPSUD come February and adjust the required number of car parks to reflect that.
All I'm saying, yes, is that it's similar to, in effect, from the evidence base required to do this. They can, it would be similar in the sense that the first option available to council is to go through a change of conditions. They can do that come February next year if they wish, or they can apply this condition 31, which is the flexibility one, which is very similar in terms of the types of process you would follow in terms of the information that we require.
All right, final question, Mark, please, if I can. So just so I'm clear, under the current district plan, which you've said is the district plan that is legally to be followed currently, we would need 967. What you're saying is the author of the Section 42A report, a former council staff member, has, while trying to interpret some flexibility as to the future activity use of each of the areas, have landed on a lesser requirement of 611 and has introduced this flexibility condition that enables it to be done gradually as each part of the development is moved forward. We've heard already that not much more than what we've already got on site will have occurred by February, and that they then could decide to embrace the MPS UD. And you're telling me that is not giving council an unfair advantage.
No, all I was saying is that the processing planner, in this case, Mr. Ian Johnson, who's independent, he processed the application based on the information provided and what the applicant was proposing, based on the evidence. Just to note that all of the traffic information and evidence presented as part of the application was assessed again by another party, grey matter, in terms of making sure that the numbers of the car parks were sufficient based on the current application.
Okay, thank you. All right, appreciate that. Now, I just wanted to interject with a quick question at risk of making this understandable again. If we stage it, all right, essentially we're having the same area as car park designated, but it would be grass or something green until such time as we need the car parks. Am I right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. Question for Grant. This is an inversion of Councillor Ewan's question. If we carry on as per and the demand is such that we've underestimated the amount of car parking, are we able to equally increase the car parking 100 odd?
Did you hear that clearly?
Sorry,
Tumble.
Ryan, you broke up. I didn't catch that. Sorry.
That's frustrating, isn't it?
Sorry about that.
I guess irrespective of NPS UD, if the demand is such that we actually need to increase the car parking, can we do so within that flexibility to go up rather than down, given that it's already landed at a conservative estimate?
So the consent set at a maximum number of car parks, so no. But then in that's in case whether you bring
set
in
at a maximum of 600 odd.
Sorry, you broke up there, but did you say maximum of 600 odd? Yes, there's a maximum figure in the consent which you can't go above. You can go below, but you can't go above. And that's where if demand outstrip, essentially if there's greater demand for car parking, then that's when your alternative travel management and alternative mode shift would come into it as well as part of the process as well.
Okay, so the flexibility that you talk about only goes downwards.
Okay, I think we're gonna. Yeah, Ryan, I'm sorry you've frozen up again.
Grant.
I can't hear Grant either. It's getting quite irritating.
Oh, sorry, it's Gillian Cockrell here. Maybe if I could just correct that it's the minimum number of car parks. So if council as the applicant wanted to provide more, that can occur. If we found that the minimum that's been set is having a significant adverse effect on the network in the surrounding neighbourhood, council as the consent authority could also use the review condition and seek to have that number reviewed.
So it could go up, Ryan.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't quite catch the question, so hence the reason for the incorrect answer. Sorry.
Right.
That's good.
Okay.
And
I guess
yeah. Look, okay, Ryan, you've cut out again, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But got some a response.
Sorry, can you hear me all right?
No, not really that well. Have one more shot at it, and I've got some more dialogue from Lance Haycock for Dave's question earlier.
Okay, can you hear me all right now?
Yeah. Stand on the chair and hold the coat hanger above your head, I think.
I'm clearly on rural dial up here.
You just electorate, Ryan, but we won't bring it up.
My question.
No.
For Lance, I guess if we increase the car parks.
Ryan, sorry, mate. Could you put it in the writing in the comments, and I'll ask it for you? Would that be helpful? And then I can get it answered. You're sort of freezing up like no one's business at the moment. So in the meantime, Lance Haycock has some response for Councillor Dave's question of earlier on.
Yes, I do. Yeah, thank you. And I see, Councillor Dave, you've put a comment in the section around 611 car parks, rough order cost of 9 to 10 million. So just clarifying, of that 611 car parks, circa 200 have already been provided in the Countdown car park because it's the whole of Area A. Further to that, the balance of that those car parks, not all of them are delivered by council. So we are only responsible for a portion of it. We've got and apologies for not having this on hand, the information I've brought through is from two different sources. One of them is from a contract that we released a year ago now. Didn't release, we tendered for a year ago. So these are market prices, and they indicated rough order costing of around $9,000 per car park. To give you an idea of the volatility in the market we're dealing with today, the recent engineer's estimate that has come through for the Eastern car park, which is the library component, that is circa $18,000 per car park. I hope that answers the question.
Dave, does that answer your question? You're on mute.
Hang on. Yeah, it broadens that range. So you could say 7 to 12 million now. Because Lance, I was just talking about the total value of car parking there. I'm well aware that they're not all council car parks.
Oh, apologies.
Okay, Councillor Kish.
Sorry, hi. Just, I didn't quite hear that well enough, Lance. That price comparison that you just gave, was that for the same car parks but a year apart?
No, so the car parks, if we look at the car parks on the western side, which is adjacent to or connecting to the future Turakina extension.
Yep.
So we tendered that project about this time last year, or actually late last year. And so those market rates are for that car park only. Unfortunately, that project's been held up and delayed. And the prices quoted for the Eastern car park, the library component, that is out of an engineer's estimate based on the design.
Okay.
So that is not market rates, but it does give an indication of the volatility of the market that we're playing with at the moment.
All right. So that comes to my question about that volatility point. Is that to do with supply chain issues, COVID, all of that? Like, is that where that stems from?
That's right, yes. So COVID uncertainty, resource uncertainty, and supply chain.
So with this staged approach that's been recommended, it's pretty much unknown, correct? Like the future cost?
There's an element of escalation in the yes.
Okay, all right. And I'm not sure who can answer this, but if we did go with this staged approach for car parking, how does that fit in with the future tenants of that development? I mean, would we have to consult, or I mean, would it affect the tenancy, occupancy rates or not?
Natasha's probably very eloquent at responding to this one, but the agreement, the staging requires us to undertake the works prior to opening any components. So before the developer, the third party, opens up their shops, they have to have the car parks in place for that to open. Is that on point, Natasha?
Yeah, I agree. And I believe that we'll need to have some conversations with those parties about where council's decision ends up.
Okay, and in terms of the swimming pool complex, how would the staged approach affect them, or does it affect them at all?
Yes, it's relevant. So the car parking review or the survey would look at how many car parks are anticipated to be required for the pool. And that's based on a survey of demand at other locations in the region. And so if the stage approach goes with, if council goes with the staged approach, then there might be a change to that number, which would mean a discussion with the pool developer.
So last question, would it, does this affect or adversely affect viability of the pool project?
I think that would be something that would be part of those discussions about they'd want to be sure that they were comfortable that they have enough car parks and it doesn't negatively affect the development.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Gish. And I think your baby is expressing how we're all feeling, which is great. It was one of those days. Mayor Paula, hello.
Hello. Hello. Just a more sort of global question, interested in the in-depth analysis of parking and looking at the diagrams and the options and analysis. You know, how does this in your, I was going to ask it as a statement then, but I resisted. Does this reflect, in your view, the best level of integration of the various different transport modes? Because I get a bit tired of talking about just parking or just buses or just cycling as if they're all separate parts of the whole, when we all know that actually what we're trying to do is provide an integrated transport plan for an area. So in terms of what is proposed here, does that look like best practice for us as we transition to a new sort of type of city that relies a little bit more on cycling, walking, public transport, but recognises that cars still have a place until we get to that point? Is this, in your view, the best we can do with integrated? I'm not saying it isn't, I'm just asking you what your view on and whether it represents the best level of integrated transport planning that we can offer for this area. Because we've got to get this right, it's a new area.
Agreed. I think that the consent planners, albeit that we objected to some of these matters, but I think they've done a very good job of trying to be holistic with the survey before each stage. And you'll note, if you look into attachment 2, question 3, where it's got a summary of condition 31, that when we report back on that, it needs to look at alternative transport measures that are proposed, provided, and sufficient to serve the development stage. So I think speaking for the planners, which I shouldn't be doing, but I believe that they've done their best within the rules that are set there to be holistic in that space.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So in terms of how you incentivize people to change from being car-centric to multimodal, does this land it, in your view? I'm not trying to be leading. I'm actually quite genuine about this because...
No, yeah. I think that I'm not the best person to answer that question. It really sits with the transport team in terms of the mechanisms to do mode shift. And I know from my previous career that it is a multifaceted approach is required.
Yeah, I agree. So with these things, you must work closely with the transport engineers. I know Grant would also have a lot of experience with the work that he's done about, you know, integrating transport with other land use planning.
Yep.
I mean, you know, this is a serious concern for me. So I am interested in what would our transport planners say about the nature of what's proposed? What would, you know, does that make sense to you? Sorry, Mark.
It's a good question, Mayor Paula, but I'm just sort of wondering whether Natasha could actually answer it.
Well, no, I'm not sure she can, but I'm just saying, where
Yeah.
would you expect to get that answer? Because to me, it's pretty critical as we go forward and build a new city to have that assurance that every
Point
little
of order, Mr. Chairman. In fact, the Mayor has the answer. There was evidence given to the independent author of the 42A report, and based on that expert evidence, he landed on 611
Hang on, I just need to find out what the point of order you're making is.
Well, the point of order is the fact that the Mayor's asking a question and the answer is already provided and has been provided again today by Grant. Expert evidence, including planning, park traffic engineer experts, provided evidence to the author of the 42A report, and that's how, as a condition, it landed on 611 spaces.
Well, that's why I'm interested in hearing from that part of the process. And Natasha, I'm not trying to hang Natasha up or on this at all or trip anyone up. I'm wanting a genuine question. Is this best practice for integrated transport planning? And I get that nobody might be able to answer it, but I'm it's still through you, Mr. Chair, a legitimate question I feel that I'm raising.
Can I just respond in part to that? And I believe that is why within the staff recommendation, there is that section D, which requests staff to consider the passenger transport facilities as part of the annual plan development. So it will enable council to have that integrated conversation, or a more integrated conversation.
Okay.
Thanks for the question.
That's all right. It's a pleasure. Right. Okay. Now we have a motion that came from Councillor Ewan and seconded by Deputy Mayor Jeff, which is there. Right.
Since that's come in, which I didn't know about, I had asked you who was moving the recommendation, Bunty, but I'll move it since that
staff recommendation. And there's also some extra wording in there, Dave. Do you want that added in? This is about it coming back.
Yeah. I messaged you about that.
Got it. Okay.
Adding that in.
The extra wording just for the group is that once the analysis, actually, I will send this to you at the same time, Carmen. Or Lance, if you could send that to Carmen, that once the analysis of parking numbers has been completed, then staff and consultants have further dialogue with the Rototuna Village advisor councillors during design and sequencing of car parks. There it is, it's number E, or letter E. All right. Okay.
So I'm happy to second that.
All right, that's fine. That's so you're moving that, Rob, you're seconding it. Okay, good. Happy with that. So there we go. I think questions have been answered. We've just about gone deep enough to dig an underground car park in the meantime. So you are the mover of the motion. We're going to move into debate. So I'll let you start, and then Dave, as the amender, you'll be next.
Sorry, can we see that motion and amendment, or can it be emailed out?
Yep, sure. Tell you what, I think we'll take a 5 while we email that out to people. Okay, take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 2:25. Right, ding-a-ling-a-ling, 225. Who we got here? We have Depora, we've got Dave, Rob, Mark. So do we have a quorum? We do, Carmen?
We do have a quorum, yes.
Okay, all righty. So Ewan, you're the mover, and then Dave, you're the amender.
Bunty, sorry, if those, I haven't seen anything come through in the email yet. Have they been sent?
Yeah, they were sent at 2:22 from Carmen.
Apologies, that may have been me messing you out. I will send it to you now.
Okay. You okay if we carry on with debate, Ollie?
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. All righty. Right, Councillor Ewan, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, the fundamental difference between Councillor Dave and Pascoe's amendment and the motion is the timing of the 611 car parks. I believe the motion is an appropriate middle ground in light of the fact that actually under the current district plan, which we all need to value because that's our planning document that we send out to our community, should in theory have required 967 car parks. But I'm the first to acknowledge that during the consent process, expert evidence was provided and it landed on 611. And I didn't hear that evidence, but I am totally comfortable with following the decision of the author of the report. Where I'm not comfortable is this phased approach, because we heard from staff today, in theory, based on the existing condition and the phase strategy, come February next year when MPSUD is enshrined and gives effect, that though even the 611 car parks don't necessarily have to be completed. And in my opinion, that erodes, absolutely erodes community confidence in our district plan. We heard today from staff that the condition that has enabled this is unique to council. And in the sense that council is the applicant in this case, I understood Grant to say that it hasn't been at play with anybody else. So I'm really disturbed at the thought that council is getting an unfair advantage from its own district plan. Now, at the heart of this is issue I suggest is ideology. There is some who feel that it should all be about multimodal, buses are going to be our savior. I feel that at the heart of any multimodal transportation strategy, all options have to be embraced, all options have to be at play. The reality is people are entitled to be able to use their car to get to what is and what will become a very important hub of activity. It needs to be complemented by buses, not driven by a single ideology that forces people out of the car. But my critical issue here is us not following and respecting our own district plan.
Thank you, Ewan. Right up to time. Great. And the amender, Councillor Dave.
Thanks, Chair Bunty. I support the staff recommendation, not just because it's from staff, but because they and quite a number of councillors have put a lot of work into thrashing this issue around, and there's been quite a divergence of opinion on things like car parking, public transport, active modes of transport, etc., etc. And this staff recommendation is something that nearly all of us involved in those discussions could live with. And I think staff and planners, and I'll commend them on this, have actually done a good job being flexible, which is relatively hard to do in our current district plan. For some years now, this council and the previous council have complained about a lack of flexibility to take account of changing circumstances, different designs by developers, all sorts of things like that. So within the current district plan rules, not outside them, within them, I think they've done a good job of providing for different possible futures. Now, the cost of car parks is important here. For each one we provide, you've heard a year ago it was around 9 grand a car park, up to now perhaps 18 grand a car park. Why would we provide more than we actually need? We certainly will need to provide some from day one and some more in advance of each part of the development that we're involved in. No problems, that will happen. But how many more? It's important that we don't actually spend more ratepayers' money than we need to, which is what the Councillor Ewan and Jeff are suggesting, is we put all the money into car parks right at the start and hope that we need them in the future. Sorry, I'd rather be more nuanced and base it more on evidence. This particular area, not only has it got PT, and I think that'll be a relatively small component, Ewan, but it's got high walking. It's got hundreds, no, thousands of people that will be living in high density areas close to this shopping centre that will be able to and should be encouraged to, and I'm sure will be encouraged to walk there. We've got this high school nearby, 2 high schools, one of them with the highest proportion of cyclists in the entire central North Island of any school there. Why would we be not saying we're going to be having more people using active modes, alternative modes of transport, while allowing for cars? I think an evidence-based approach to phased development is the sensible, both financial and environmental way to proceed here. We want a shopping centre precinct that's going to be useful for a long time to come. And this way is not ruling out your 611 car parks in future. It's not ruling out other options in future. It's allowing for a much wider range of possibility.
Dave, I think your internet's cutting out just at the right time there if you run out of time. Lost you.
I think you and
I don't know what you said, but I'm sure it was witty. Right. Okay. Thanks, Dave. Right. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Sorry, I've got someone doing the lawn. Can I just hang fire a bit?
What's that, mate?
Can I speak later? I've got someone doing the lawn.
You're sitting outside while someone mowing your lawn around you.
Yeah, can I speak later?
Yeah, okay. Look, we'll go with Rob and then your good self. Is that all right? You happy with that? Yep. Cool. Thank you. Sorry about that.
This is yet a new way of changing the order of speakers, but I'm happy to speak now.
I think I've seen it all now.
Look, I just want to make some comments here. The agreement between council and the developer, as I recall, and I wasn't on council then, was signed some 11 years ago. And I think we all have to accept that there's been a significant amount of change being driven by council and councillors, change being driven by the community over that 11-year period. So I think we need to be open to and resilient to changes that will occur. And I think that the amendment is an ideal way of responding to that change. No one would have thought 11 years ago that we would have had a public transport system that was ready and waiting to simply slot into that additional area as in fact the stores and the housing development out there has opened. We've got an improved bus network. We've got modal change. The NPSUD is something that's been thrust upon us and is still evolving. if you look at this area where I live, which is very close to where this development is, 11 years ago, houses were all 5 bedrooms on 600 to 700 metre squared sections. And that was quite normal for out here. That's all changed. And so I think what this amendment, what this motion does is recognise the fact that there are changes happening and leaving us flexible and open and resilient to the changes that might happen as this development proceeds. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. Jeff, are your lawns finished?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, all good. Thanks, mate.
Okay. Look, I'm supporting option A. I think option B of delaying these car parks is making life unnecessarily complicated and difficult in construction and potentially expensive. If we know what activities are going to be on site and we know how many car parks are needed, then why are we not just building them? It feels a little bit to me like a bit of a sleight of hand to ultimately ensure this village development ends up with less car parks by essentially slowing the car park construction until new parking rules kick in. And ultimately, less car parks means that it should actually means it's going to operate less efficiently. We've got a legal agreement with the developer to provide a certain number of car parks. And I think we've done a good job till now of varying where and how we put in the car parks to ensure that the village has a pleasant look. We've done a good job there, and I congratulate the elected members who've done that to get the best aesthetic result. But I do think we've reached a point where you say, okay, here's the reality. This is a busy village centre with all sorts of businesses and attractions, and it's going to need sufficient parking. In the end, if we end up with a result where we don't get sufficient car parks because we've waited for the MPS urban development and its crazy new parking policies to come in, and of course mode shift hasn't kicked in as everyone expects it to, then that's a substandard result for everyone. And I think we need to be careful that we're not blinding ourselves to reality with some of these efforts to bring about mode shift. I can feel another Ward Street coming on. This option, I actually agree with you, and I think it's just another attack on cars. It's just more of what Matt Stark described as the hate on cars. Let's make it as unpleasant as possible, as difficult as possible for people to park cars, and then hopefully they won't drive one. So I won't support a plan to initially create a bare minimum of car parks and then introduce more as you need them, and we will, especially when we don't know what the extra cost we're signing up to. And any council knows from experience that it's better to build once and do it properly. How many times have we had ratepayers complain that we've dug up a street 18 months after we've worked on it? It's the same thing here. We could put in the car parks that are required now, do a good job and do it right. The cost of car parks is potentially a big issue if this is delayed. There's real volatility of prices, as we've heard. So why not just do it efficiently in the first place? We've already trimmed parking to ensure that the village looks and feels as good as it possibly can. Let's be sensible about this and let's do the job right, rather than skimping on some car parks, which we will only have to add and later on anyway. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully I'll get reasonable internet this time. Look, I'm supporting the Wilson motion amendment, whatever it is, as well. Having quite a bit to do out that area, I agree with David. It's a very good walkable catchment, highest use of walking, etc. But there's still a huge amount of density and car transport required out there. And it's also right on the end of that rural urban fringe with K Road, New North Road, etc. So there will be a lot of people that can't walk. There's a lot of those urban roads with no footpaths, etc., that will need to transport by car. We've also got Koori Park and a whole bunch of intensity around there, new commercial development, supermarket. We need to support the infrastructure, just needs to be appropriate for it. Rob talked about the agreement with the developer 12 years ago. I don't see why that changes with this with this resolution because it still takes into account changes over time. Ground level car parks can always be changed out later, so we're not preventing development or mode shift development if it needs to occur down the track. I think it's a sensible choice. And I don't want to see what happened with the other Rototuna development around Lone Star and BP, where that car park is always completely over full, and it doesn't stop people walking to the nearby restaurants. But we just need to be sensible and have all options on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Kish, go ahead.
Thank you. I feel very nervous about not knowing the future costs of car parks when we need to add them. Knowing what the sector is going through at the moment, yes, we could be saving money now by staging it, but we could be spending a whole lot more for when we need it. So that's where I'm sitting at. It makes me nervous. That area itself, Rototuna North, Huntington, in the past 20 years, it's been on steroids. It's grown exponentially. Yes, we've got high intensity going in there, but we've also got a huge number of new houses going down Horsham Downs Road. Yes, people might switch to walking and cycling, which will be great. But I do think that there'll be a corresponding increase with car drivers because you've got population growth. So if you're going up by the same percentage, we're going to have more car drivers as well as people who are walking and cycling. And I think that we need to be catering for everyone. The pool viability question also makes me a bit nervous. Looking at the notes, we've already cut, in total, we've cut 350 car parks from what would have been a district plan requirement. So we're already lower than our requirement. And looking at that breakdown, we've cut 100 car parks just from the swimming pool. And that's a project that we're working really hard to support and make viable, for ratepayers and for those residents in that area. So it's common sense that we provide car parking for those users. We're promoting the Learn to Swim program for that swimming pool. Personally, I don't know many mums with kids going to learn to swim who would walk or cycle there. Every mum I know would drive. So I'm inclined to support Councillor Ewan on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kish. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt you or were you finished? Finished? Okay, thank you. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. I support the staged approach on this and support a lot of what Rob said. I think, though, a point I'd like to make is that the cost of inflation, the potential for car parks to be a bit more expensive to build, say in 2 or 3 years' time, or whenever it might be, is actually a red herring, because we could take that approach with anything in our long-term plan and say we should all build it all in year one because it will never be cheaper to build now. And the reality is everything's going to be a bit more expensive to build in year 2, 3, 4, 5. And it logically, it actually doesn't really stack up. So I think it's better to actually make sure that we're building in terms of providing the right amount of car parks and not putting in more than we need. And also, I'll just, in response to some of Kesha's comments there, population growth is driving up the number of cars on our roads, but we also know that it's not actually sustainable, particularly in terms of congestion. We know that if this current rate of growth continues with the number of vehicles on our roads, that we lose any decent access to our central city within only like 15 years. So it's not actually sustainable in terms of fitting the number of people that want to drive on our roads. And that is one of the reasons why we do need to be looking at investing in providing people real and desirable other options, along with all those other, I guess, important benefits. So I'd like to see us stage it and at the same time support that investment into improving those public transport options and other options in the area.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Chair. Not much more to add other than I do support Ewan and Deputy Mayor on this one. Again, I spent some time out there over the last 6 to 8 weeks ago, and I can tell you that I was there in the crossover between no school and school time, and I can tell you that car park was starting to fill up when school was back. So I don't know what that percentage, I can't quite recall what it was that Councillor Dave said was the number or the percentage of people that are riding their bikes, but I can tell you from what I saw, there is a lot of people out in cars, and we're building these fantastic roads to support the future of transport as well, electric vehicles and the like. So why not do it once and do it right from the start? To me, it's just it's an absolute no-brainer. It's build the right amount of car parks. The evidence says that we should have 611. So yeah, I'm sorry, I rest my case, Your Honour.
Yep. Well rested. Okay. Councillor Maxine, thank you.
Look, thanks. A majority of it's been said, both for and against. But we are in still in a time of growth, and there's an awful lot coming up that area. There's also a lot of different ideas and different habits that are starting to form. And as Councillor Sarah reminds us, that the congestion is going to be one of the biggest problems that we'll face, and people will look to be able to use different ways to be able to do their shopping, recreate, to be able to encourage their kids to get to schools in different ways. And, I, for one, want to be on the side of evidence-based decision making, and therefore really favourable of a let's wait and see approach and do the proper investigation, doing what we need now in order to be able to support the growth that's happening there in the village, and then look at what's needed for the future and be able to supply it. There's a real opportunity here for us to be able to test that method, and to be able to, in the short term, look to be able to use our resources in a better way. I'm noting also that the major expense for any of these types of developments is the cost of the land, and that is already a known factor. So for this debate, I'll be supporting the amendment rather than Councillor Wilson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maxine. Any other speakers before myself and then the right to reply? Nope. Okay. Right. Okay. I've just sort of been texting someone there saying that by the end of this meeting, I will have probably annoyed just about everybody in the meeting. I'm actually remarkably relaxed about the staging of this one. Quite simply because you get one shot at this, like people say, but we also have one shot to do it gradually. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to put in half a car park potentially, and the rest of it in grass, and the research is going to show us very, very quickly that we need more car parks, and then we'll all be happy at the end. But there is a chance, if we stage it, that maybe we won't need so many cars out there. So I think this is more a signal than anything. So in this case, I'm going to support the staged approach, but I'll be pretty relaxed either way at the end of it. Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Look, this facility, I think, will be heavily used, and I think there'll be a real demand for both car parks and alternative transportation modes. And I believe the motion ensures that we are ready for that. It lends itself to the transportation facility. The village type transportation facility is still in the mix if we do this car park once and do it correctly. But my real issue, and look, I hear Dave and I hear Rob and I hear Sarah's speech. I'm expecting to hear it again sometime over the next year as we work towards implementing a change to our district plan that takes effect of the MPSUD. All of that I'm expecting. I might not agree with them, but I'm expecting. But what really worries me, what I'm asking Mark for you to look at, is actually we have a current rule book and it's called the district plan. And under that rule book, and we expect everybody to follow it, under that rule book, we should have 967 parks. People talk about evidence-based. Expert evidence was heard, and in the end, it landed on 611. What the amendment does is potentially undermines that entire due process, because we heard today that come February, in theory, they could remove the obligation of the 611 car parks, which I believe is their motivation. Now, my fear is we as council have influenced this because some have been driven by an ideology. There is time and place for that. That needs to feed into the next district plan iteration. What it is not currently time and place for us to re-engineer our own district plan that we should be following. We expect the rest of the community to follow it, developers, the rules that we made that's gone through the judicial process and is now operative. And now we're tinkling with it in advance of the change in February and our own next district plan. That erodes public confidence in our entire process when we don't even follow our own rules. So it should be less about the ideology, although I think car parks are going to be important for a very long time. It should simply be on natural justice and proper process. That's why you should be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Jon. Can I compliment you on your timekeeping again? Well done. Right, so we're going to vote on the amendment first. And this is the McPherson Pascoe amendment. So we'll do this by digital, please, rather than a show of hands, because the way our internet is going. So this is on, put a green tick if you are for the amendment. You call, Carmen?
Yes, sorry, give me one more moment.
Hung.
Can't hear you, Carmen.
Yes, sorry. We do have a tie at the moment, so it is down to a casting vote.
Rupee. Okay. Well, look, I'm going to keep my vote the same in this case.
With that, the amendment is carried, noting that Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Ngāti Councillor Donovan, Deputy Mayor Jeff Taylor, Mangai Tuua, and Councillor Hamilton have all voted against.
Okay, thank you. And so now the amendment becomes the substantive motion. If you cleared the board for us there. All right, so we'll now ask you to vote on the amendment, which is now the substantive motion, please.
with that, we do have another tie. So if you wouldn't mind using your casting vote as well.
Yep, I'll stick with my original vote. Thanks.
All right. So with that, the amendment as a substantive motion has been carried, noting that Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillors Wilson, Donovan, Naidaroth, O'Leary, Hamilton, and Manga Oli have all voted against.
Okay. All right. Now, just ask a question. Is there anyone in the room that I haven't annoyed yet? Nope. Okay, good. Right. Good. Okay, we're going to...
You haven't annoyed me, but I'm leaving. I'll try and be back about 40 minutes.
All right. Hey, thanks for the debate, guys, on that one. Hopefully those are the sticky ones. We're going to move on to item 10. We'll aim for we're going to really try and rank up the pace here. I will foreshadow to the libraries update. I will be moving later on that we defer that one until the next community meeting with the approval of Lance. But in the meantime, we'll get on with, I see Andy waiting there. And we're on to item 10, the social housing sector update report, please.
Kia ora, councillors. Mangai Māori.
I'll say really quickly too, I'm going to move that the recommendation be, or that I'm going to move the staff recommendation that we receive the report. And Ollie's the seconder. Thanks, Andy.
Kia ora, councillors. Kia ora, Mangai Māori. Do take this report as read, as really it is information for the committee, both on accessible property 6 monthly report and some updates provided by our community partners. So over to you, Chair.
Okay. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question on accuracy, and I'm just trying to find it now in the report. Under financial, you mentioned, under paragraph 65, you mentioned the Waikato Community Lands Trust received $2 million grant. Did not council also fund $50,000 or more towards the operating costs of the Lands Trust?
Correct. So I guess I noted the 2 million as it's a significant grant that hasn't been used fully, whereas the operational costs or the operational grant that came out of last financial year has been accounted for and done. So the figures in 64 are relevant to this financial year, and 65 was really just a reminder that we've got that grant in play as well.
So the 50,000 hasn't been paid this year, it was last year?
That's correct. There was no 50,000 approval for this year.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
All right. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Rob. No other questions? Yes, Councillor Maxine.
Just a really quick question with regard to the accessible properties. On page 121, they talk about tenant engagement, and well done for them standing that up, and that they would be producing a new regional newsletter and be involved in local community events for their tenants. Just on that community events, have we got any understanding of what they may have done around initiatives to promote and enable access for their tenants to COVID-19 vaccinations?
I don't have that information, sorry, councillor, but I can ask and get a response to you by the end of the week.
Yeah, that would be really good, given the fact that we're being invited to promote as much as we can the need for a vaccinated population. It'd be really great to have an understanding about what our partners are doing to encourage their tenants and stakeholders as well. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Right, I was just trying to work out the last question, but okay, no, very good. Thank you. All right, no more questions. I will move that the report, we've moved that the report be received and seconded. Is there any debate? I won't be debating on it. Thank you, Andy. No debate. Okay, all right. All those in favour will do with our little digital thingy, I'm afraid. Sorry, it's just easier for staff. All those in favour give us a green tick. We received the report. Dave, are you in favour of receiving the report? Yes.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And Andy, while we have you there, we'll move on to the Disability Policy and Action Plan update. It's a good report, actually. Again, I'll move the staff recommendation that we receive it, seconded by, who's going to wave their hand? Councillor Sarah, thank you. Okay, right, Andy.
Good afternoon. This report highlights that following our briefing with you all in August 18, that the policy is under review, and we're doing some targeted and specific engagement with our community around both what a larger community action plan could look like, which would have council actions and our partners' actions captured in it, and also what a possible makeup or role function of the advisory group could be going forward. So those two pieces of work are occurring and are happening. So this report really just highlights the work and the activity against the 2020-2021 action plan. And Judy is online and should just like to share, I guess, one of the biggest successes, but then otherwise we're happy to take any questions.
Great stuff. Welcome, Judy. Okay, I can't hear Judy. Don't actually know if Judy's on the call, Andy.
In lieu of Judy being on the call, I guess, the report does highlight what has happened and really wanted to acknowledge the work that's occurred in the development of the business case around the Transport Centre. Transport Centre is a really critical part of our social infrastructure and transport needs for a large number of our disabled community. And right from the start of that project, there's been small groups that have captured the voice of those particular users, and lots of the things that have been developed are as a result of that really good targeted conversation. And so we really just want to acknowledge that and raise that to the councillors, that that's a piece of work that isn't just including voice late, but is including voice right from the beginning of projects, which is the hope and aspiration of our disability policy and Judy's role and all of our role, that we improve the wellbeing of all our people, not by just tacking things on at the end, but including them at the start. So really happy to take any questions that councillors might have around it.
Kia ora, Andy, and thanks. And if you could pass our regards on to Judy, we'd appreciate that. Councillor Sarah.
Thanks, and thanks, Andy, for your work. I am firstly just keen to clarify. So we are looking at doing some kind of broader action plan with community and council, maybe something a little akin with like the age-friendly plan, or what? Are you
correct? Yep, okay. That's our hope.
And that will take then into account kind of those forward-looking actions of things that say haven't been funded, and they could be in a section where maybe it's aspirations or whatever, not yet funded, but here's actions for the future, or how could that work?
Yeah, both from an action plan perspective, we acknowledge the council signed off the long-term plan, so there's some budget things in the short term, but and part of our community targeted conversation will be to go, where are the gaps? And so we may not be able to address them immediately, but we'll be able to look at least bringing the awareness before councillors, before we get to have to make a decision. So yes, it'll include all of that.
Okay. And in terms of the action plan itself, I saw it mentioned continue the provision of mobility parking, and it's come to my attention lately, actually a lot of our mobility parks are unusable for people with disabilities. Is that something that is currently kind of in, that I guess your team are working with the transport team on?
I can pick that up. I don't know the finer details of that at the moment, councillor, but I can definitely follow that up and give a response.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you. I've just had a message from Judy that she is here and she can unmute if we want to get any final comments to wrap up. So Judy, yep, we'll give you some time on here. Hello. I'll unmute you if you like, I think, or can I unmute you from here? Carmen, I might get you to do the honours on that one if you could.
No problem. So I have pressed the button. It may just take a moment.
Okay. Nothing yet. Probably Judy's probably yelling at her screen about now. No, sorry, Judy. I don't think we're going to get any joy out of that. Andy, are you okay if we move on? Okay, got us, Judy, but thank you anyway, and appreciate the report. Okay, no more questions. Oh, yes, Mango Tapora, g'day.
Thanks, Chair. Look, just on the action plan number 7. Sorry, the business as usual, number 7, that's on page
131.
Just the City Safe program. Are we going to progress that over the next 12 months, Andrew?
The conversations that we've had with our City Safe team, primarily the focus on community houses and working with them rather than having necessarily a disability specific forum. So we'll be working with our community houses to make sure that people have good access to them. At this point, that's the going forward rather than holding the specific dedicated sessions that got held in 2019, 2020.
Okay, so more not a red as such, because that's a bit
It's a change. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Tapora. That's awesome. I see no more questions. Okay, so it's been moved by myself. Councillor Sarah has kindly seconded it. I don't see the need to debate, but Sarah, do you want to say anything? Nope.
Thanks,
Okay.
Chair. Just that I think it's really good to be in carrying out the targeted engagements. We can hear back around what kind of monitoring or what kind of other structures we could have in place to make this really work. And also am excited to hear that we're looking at a more of a forward-looking action plan. So we're not just collating all the actions that we're already doing, but we are looking at what can be done in the future. My concern is that there are issues out there which just aren't coming, that aren't visible to us, that we're not actually hearing about. And that might be the fact that a lot of my mobility parks are actually inaccessible and unsafe for people to use, or it might be something else. So I think there needs to be a really clear and channel for those issues to come through, and potentially that forward-looking action plan could be a place to start pulling together all of those issues. So looking forward to seeing where this goes.
Really good points. Appreciate your work in the sector too, Sarah. Mango Tapora, I've still got your hand up, but I'm not sure if that's an old hand. Old hand. Okay, Councillor Martin.
Yes, I absolutely want to acknowledge the importance of this report and update. And I'll do another shout out again from a regional point of view in terms of including our community of disabilities, in terms of the great work that our colleagues have done over on the Regional Connections Committee in terms of wanting to roll out the total mobility scheme across the whole region. So I think we shouldn't this is an extremely important report in the sense that we must continue to be a very, very inclusive council.
Nicely spoken, Martin. Thank you. I won't reply. So all those in favour of receiving the report, we will go with a show of hands. We'll try that, and I think we should be okay with this one.
Motion is carried unanimously.
That's fantastic. Good work. Great. Thanks, Andy. Kia ora to you and your team. GM's report. Go ahead, Lance. So, guys, I'm aiming to get this through, and then we'll take a short break, go into the public excluded, and deal to that after that, I hope.
Are we doing eyesight first? Or?
Oh, my apologies.
Item 13.
Yeah, item 13, eyesight. Who's doing that?
Leanne.
Sorry, I apologise for interrupting. Point of order, if you're talking about process.
Yes.
Chair, you talked about delaying the library's report as a procedural thing.
Yeah.
You'll just clarify. Look, I'm not, you'll obviously clarify that in a minute, will you?
Yes, I will. Yeah, I was just sort of foreshadowing that's where my head's going at the moment.
Okay, no, that's fine. Sorry to interrupt.
But we'll see how this goes anyway. So apologies, Leanne. Sorry about that. Nothing personal on that. And the prize for the best wallpaper as well, by the way. That's not even a fake background. That's brilliant.
Yes.
Here I am. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all this afternoon. Look, the report in front of you I'll take as read, just to note a couple of salient points. The purpose of the report is to update you on the National Eyesight Review journey and the direction that's been signalled by Tourism New Zealand and the board. It's to seek your support for the next non-binding step in the process, following which we will receive the definitive information that we are looking for and that which council needs to make a really informed decision for the future of eyesight. And essentially this next step is an expression of interest in Tier 1 status for our eyesight, obviously subject to this further information that will come as a result of the expressions of interest and other information they receive from the network nationally. So I'm very happy to take any questions, Chair.
Yep, absolutely. I got one from, thank you, Leanne. Thanks for the report on this one. Councillor Rob.
Thanks, and thanks, Leanne, for your work on this. Just a couple of quick questions. One is, what or where are the potential risks that Hamilton would not be granted a Tier 1 status?
That there was some early indication, Councillor Rob, that the decision about selection for Tier 1 status would be based on previous KPIs, attainment of. And as you're aware, our track record with KPIs has been trending down following the shift from Caro Street. Having said that, and particularly in light of the current tourism environment, it is hard to know how many eyesights will express interest in Tier 1 status. So it's really difficult to know at the moment how many people will be vying against, if you like, for participation in that tier. They haven't indicated a definitive number of positions. So,
okay, so that kind of follows on to the next question, because I'm recalling when Jason from Hamilton Waikato Tourism reported to us a meeting or so ago, he indicated that our current eyesight location is quite challenging in terms of attracting, of visibility and attracting the visitors that come in. I guess I had a pre-question whether that could affect our aspirations, and obviously you've answered that, and in the sense that it could. Is it?
If I might just make a quick comment there, Councillor Roth, the intention has always been, as we've been discussing with elected members the last wee while, that we would consider the relocation of the eyesight. And one of the reasons that has still been sitting there as an idea is because we think we'll get direction through the review in terms of what locations are expected of Tier 1 eyesights. And so there will be the opportunity to reconsider location at that point in time that meets their criteria and meets our needs for the city.
You've really answered the second part of my question. And I guess to boot, we might also get some government funding to help us do that. Is that part of the thinking too?
The thinking there is that set-up costs for a new location would be shared 50-50 between government and the eyesight owner, which in this case is council.
Okay, well, I think keep working on it. And I think you've got the support of some of the councillors to work in that frame too. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Good questions, and we've still got an eyesight. All right. Any other questions there? All right. I'll move then that item 13. Let me see. Now we've got a few recommendations on that. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation that we first of all receive the report, delegate the GM community to complete the application, the submission, note that it's non-binding, and notes that staff will bring back a further report outlining the outcome of that process, which, as you probably gathered, we'll have implications around potential move. So Are we all around that? We all understand what we're agreeing to there? Okay, in which case I'll do that by a show of hands, please. Thank you. Any dissent?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Rock and roll. Thank you, Leanne.
Thank
Great
you.
work. Keep up with the work. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to the GM report, Lance. I'll actually tell you what, I'll make the decision now, with your leave, councillors, that we will defer the libraries update with the greatest of respect and gratitude to our libraries team to November, to that meeting. So I'll move that we move that procedurally. Do I have a seconder?
Can I just, is that upset? Can I just query that? Just a query to Lance, that's all.
Go ahead.
I'm not arguing against your process. Is that because you don't feel we can give this proper deep dive attention today?
Correct.
Exactly.
Just
Lance,
I know it's quite hard being online all day, and I think to do it justice, it'll be good that people are reasonably fresh in November.
So would it be fair to say that I then have ample opportunity to pursue with others the library services into Norton and Endley, etc., and some of those deep dive questions? This is a really good comprehensive report. So Mr. Chair, I guess that's the first question. But in terms of that deep dive, could we put this up high on the agenda in November?
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. Yeah, and also there's a mention of libraries in the GM's report too. Not that I'm throwing you a bone or anything, but if you did want to ask any questions, that might be a good time.
Thank you.
All righty. So it's been moved and seconded that we defer that until November. Can I have a show of hands on that one, please? All right. And anyone against?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Right. Thanks for your understanding. And thank you, Stephen, if you're listening anywhere out there. I really appreciate what you're doing. And it's certainly no reflection on our high thoughts of you. So GM's report, Lance. Oh, there's Stephen. Oh, don't look so sad, Stephen. Stop it. Stop it.
Great. Thanks, Chair Mark. There's a number of items in here which there was a bit of feedback around the fines free and pay it forward initiative and libraries, which you've obviously read at your leisure. Happy to answer any questions on those. There's some information on digitisation. I just wanted to highlight playground funding. We were asked to come back and just report on ways we could further engage with the wider community and external funders around our renewals and development program for playgrounds and how we can fit in some flexibility around if we get offers and that sort of thing. We're doing a bit of a review of external funding, getting SGL consultants doing a bit of work with us. We'll be reporting that back in November. We thought having the full picture in there would be a more prudent way to go rather than sort of talking piecemeal about the playgrounds. They are one of our key programs in that funding. So we're just looking about how we go about that whole program going forward. There's a bit in there about welcoming communities and the good news around the advisory panel being established. The key thing around a decision in this, there's a bit in there just around the increase in the budget for the Zoo Waiwhakariki entrance precinct project, which was passed at the Finance Committee. We left a little bit out of that. This is really a tidy up. The budget was increased to do the stuff on the eastern side of the road to basically finish off the whole project. This is just really a resolution to increase the contract sum for the contractor. So it's a bit of a tidy up. Apologies for that. It should have actually been included in the original resolution in the Finance Committee. And Chair Rob's also just tidied up C in our recommendations as well. This doesn't have to be a recommendation to council. The committee's actually got the delegated authority because this isn't actually about increasing the budget. It's just the contract sum. So it's just a bit of a tidy up. Happy to answer any questions.
So on that tidy up, is that's makes it different to what it is in C? I think it just says as agreed at the finance meeting. Is that the tidy up you're talking about?
Yeah, well, the whole thing's a tidy up to the process. The budget was increased. This is just about the contract sum. We need a resolution around that. And then Chair Rob from Finance Committee just wanted to be clear around and see that around that budget increase at the Finance Committee. So that's just that wording that Carmen showed in red, just a little addition there if elected members are happy with that. So happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'm just trying to see, just to be clear, where that red is. It's not in Diligent, is it?
No, it's just on the screen. Carmen's going to put it up again, which is great.
Okay, so busy looking at Diligent, I didn't look at the screen.
So it's just referring to the increase in the approved contracts sum that was at the Finance Committee on the 24th of August. And then the resolution is just around
Roger. Yep.
Around the contract itself, just so that for audit purposes, we're all squeaky clean.
Good stuff. Thank you, Lance. Councillor Martin, your question, please.
Yeah, this is a risk-based question around the library's digitisation. First question, I noticed that recommendation that the staff do not support increasing resources to support library to support increased digitisation. Is that have you received any advice to the contrary of that way forward?
I'll just get Helen Parkey to just answer that, who's Community Services Unit Director. You there, Helen?
Can't see her on the call.
Lance, I'm going to actually let Stephen answer that because he's best
Sorry,
position.
I couldn't see him. I'm having a few internet problems this
afternoon. If he's
afternoon.
not there, I will answer it, but he's got the...
Stephen's here. Yep.
Yeah. Kia ora, Chair Mark, councillors, manga Māori. So yes, Councillor Gallagher, we have spoken with National Library, who have advised us through our digitisation journey, particularly around what items we should prioritise. That was a conversation we had several years ago when the initial digitisation funding came about. So at the moment, the amount we have is sufficient for staff resourcing at the moment, but we can, through the next LTP, look to increase that. But at the moment, we don't have the staff resources if we were to up the program.
So within your team, is that the board consensus? I haven't spoken within your team, I assure you, but I just want to make sure that you haven't received discordant voices on that.
No, I have not had anyone talking against that vision.
Okay. Is there any, in terms of your professional advice, is there any element of the collection that might be at risk relative to, how quickly you can digitise? So when I say, well, obviously all things are at risk, but anything that could be regarded as in the sort of somewhat urgent category?
No, and as we have previously presented to this committee, staff are very confident that we have our digitisation program in hand. There is nothing at risk. We're not working through a high risk prioritisation. We're working through items of high interest, of high value. So the collection, I can assure you, is being well cared for. So at this point, there's nothing at risk that is queuing up to be digitised.
Sure. Just a final question, General Manager Lance, notwithstanding that, and I respect that, presumably when we do the AP, that as I previously mentioned, obviously there'll be a bit of an update across all those areas in the context of our AP.
Yeah, Councillor Martin, there'll be an update on any risk matters that elected members need to know about that might have a budget implication. And Julie Clausen will just be clarifying the process going forward for matters that elected members might want to discuss.
Sure, I'm not speaking against Stephen, obviously, but I just want to have checkpoints along the way. That's all, to check in around this stuff. So I presume the AP, there'll be a whole range of items that we'll be doing a bit of a deep dive into. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Lance, thank you, Martin. Lance, item 40 or paragraph 44, General Manager, Community, moving on. Why I'm the last to know these things. Any words you want to say in relation to that part of the report?
Oh, I think we covered it this morning. The one thing I want to say is probably moving on pretty quickly is I just wanted to say that you're going to be in good hands with Helen coming in as GM. Helen's got 14 years experience at council. She's got 20 years experience in the disability and community sector prior. She's pretty well qualified. And Martin, I know you talk about credentials. She's got a master's in community applied psychology and diploma in law. She's not a planner, Dave, so you'll be all right, or an accountant. So I think you're in good hands. Helen had been the business manager for our group for a number of years. So she's worked right across the group. She has a very good understanding of all of the outcome areas of the community group, but also other areas of council too. So I've got confidence that Helen's going to do a great job and work with our team and work as a team with elected members too. So that's our approach. So I'm sure she's going to carry that on. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lance. All the very best. Appreciate your work, and I'm sure we'll see you again somewhere. All right. Okay, so I have moved that we all those recommendations as a suite with the alterations of Councillor Rob in that red bit. Rob, do you want to second that there? Yep, great. Thank you. I don't intend to debate it. I don't think anyone has the mind to either. Therefore, I shall not reply to my non-speech. All right, so all those in favour of those recommendations on item number 14, the GM's report, please show of hands. Kesh, are you voting for it?
She has just stepped away from her computer for a moment.
Okay.
So that motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All right, so team, what we're going to do is we will exclude the public and then we'll go into a break for 10 minutes. I think that will be the order to do things in. So can I have a second or two? Thank you, Mangai Tapora. We will now exclude the public, moving into public excluded. All those in favour say aye, or show of hands rather.